Tomorrow the timing will be better. Tomorrow I'll feel ready. But tomorrow becomes next week. Next week becomes next month. Next month becomes next year. And suddenly you're looking back at a collection of tomorrows that never arrived. The greatest tragedy in life isn't failure. It's delay. It's allowing the illusion of someday readiness to rob you of the only time you're guaranteed. Today, what if readiness isn't something that arrives like a package at your doorstep? What if it's something you build through action, not through waiting? What if the very concept of feeling ready is the most sophisticated form of self-deception we've ever created? The question isn't whether you're ready. The question is, are you willing? You see, most of us are waiting for permission that will never arrive. We're waiting for that magical moment when fear disappears, when uncertainty transforms into clarity, when we finally feel qualified to pursue what matters most. But that moment, it doesn't exist. And that's what we're going to explore today. The beautiful, terrifying truth that the most meaningful accomplishments in life happen not because we were ready, but because we were willing to act before we felt ready. Have you ever wondered why some people accomplish extraordinary things while others with similar or even superior talents remain stuck? What separates them isn't talent. It isn't luck. It isn't even hard work. The difference lies in their relationship with readiness. Both achievers understand something profound. Growth happens in the gap between where your abilities end and where your challenges begin. If you think about the first time you learned to ride a bicycle, were you ready? Of course not. You were terrified, you wobbled, you fell, but you got back up. And somewhere between the fear and the falling, you discovered your balance. You didn't learn to ride a bike by understanding the physics of momentum and balance. You learned by doing it before you were ready. The most successful people in any field aren't those who wait until they're ready. They're the ones who prepare as thoroughly as possible, set a date to begin, and then jump, ready or not. They understand that readiness is not something you wait for. It's something you work toward while you're already in motion. Consider the entrepreneur who launches with an imperfect product rather than waiting for the perfect one. Or the artist who shares their work before they feel it's their best. Or the person who initiates a difficult conversation despite the knot in their stomach. These aren't acts of recklessness, they're acts of courage. The courage to begin before you feel ready, to learn through action rather than anticipation. What happens when you adopt this mindset? Something remarkable. You start to recognize that readiness isn't a prerequisite for action. It's the result of it. Let me say that again. Readiness isn't a prerequisite for action. It's the result of it. You become ready by doing the very thing you don't feel ready to do. But this isn't motivational fluff. It's psychological reality. Our brains develop new neural pathways through experience, not through contemplation. You can think about swimming for years, but until you get in the water, you'll never learn to swim. I've spoken with countless high achievers across different fields, business leaders, artists, athletes, scientists. When I asked them if they felt ready for their biggest breakthroughs, almost all of them laughed. They weren't ready. They were terrified, but they acted anyway. And that's the secret they rarely share in success stories. Behind every break, inadequate, unprepared, and overwhelmed, but who step forward despite these feelings, not in the absence of them. What about you? What would change in your life if you stopped waiting to feel ready and started acting despite not feeling ready? But what about failure? You might ask, isn't acting before I'm ready a recipe for disaster? That's a fair question. And yes, acting before you're ready does increase the probability of setbacks and disappointments. But here's what it also does. It transforms failure from a final outcome into a learning process. When you wait to be ready, failure becomes catastrophic because you've invested so much in the preparation that the outcome is definitive. But when you act before you're ready, with the expectation that you'll need to adjust along the way, failure becomes instructive. A natural part of your growth rather than a verdict on your capabilities. Think about learning any new skill. The first attempts are usually terrible, but each attempt teaches you something that moves you closer to mastery. The master isn't someone who avoids failure. They're someone who failed faster, learned quicker, and adjusted more frequently than everyone else. This principle applies to everything from learning an instrument to building a business to developing meaningful relationships. The path to mastery runs directly through the territory of incompetence. There's no way around it, only through it. But there's something else that happens when you act before you feel ready. You develop the most valuable skill of all, courage. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's action in the presence of fear. And like any skill, it grows stronger with practice. Each time you do something before you feel ready, you strengthen your courage muscle. You build evidence that you can handle uncertainty. You develop confidence not based on the absence of challenges, but on your proven ability to face them. This compounding courage becomes the foundation for everything else you want to accomplish. Because once you know you can act despite fear in one area, that knowledge transfers to other areas of your life. The person who launches the small side business despite feeling unprepared discovers they can also speak up in meetings despite feeling nervous. The individual who starts a fitness routine despite feeling out of shape finds they can also initiate difficult conversations despite feeling uncomfortable. Courage is transferable, and it begins with that first decision to act before you feel ready. But let's be honest, this isn't easy. Our brains are literally wired to protect us from uncertainty. The amygdala, our brain's fear center, treats the unknown as a threat. It floods our system.
This book is selling like crazy on Amazon, and no one knows it was written by AI. All right,
System with stress hormones when we face uncertainty, creating that familiar feeling of anxiety that makes us postpone action until we feel ready. This reaction made perfect sense for our ancestors who faced physical dangers daily. But in today's world, where psychological growth requires embracing uncertainty, this same mechanism can become our greatest limitation. So how do we override this natural tendency? How do we act before we're ready when everything in us screams to wait? First, we need to understand that discomfort is not danger. That knot in your stomach before trying something new isn't a warning. It's an invitation. It's your growth trying to happen. Second, we must reframe what action means. Taking action before you're ready doesn't mean acting without thought or preparation. It means establishing a point where preparation ends and action begins, and honoring that boundary even when fear tries to move it. Third, we need to start small. You don't climb Mount Everest on your first hike. You start with a hill, then a mountain, then a higher mountain. You build your uncertainty muscle gradually. And finally, we need to surround ourselves with others who understand this principle. Jim Carrey said, you can fail at what you don't want, so you might as well take a chance on doing what you love. Find people who live by this wisdom, who encourage you to begin before you feel ready, because they know that's where growth happens. I want you to think about something you've been postponing until you feel ready. Maybe it's starting a business, writing a book, having that difficult conversation, making that life change you've been contemplating. Now ask yourself, what's the smallest step I could take today? Not when I feel ready, but today? That would move me in that direction. Not the entire journey, just the first step, or even half a step. Because here's the truth. That first small step will teach you more about the journey ahead than all your preparation and planning ever could. It will start generating real feedback rather than imagined scenarios. It will start building real confidence rather than theoretical knowledge. Most importantly, it will break the paralysis of waiting for readiness and replace it with the momentum of action. I once spoke with someone who had an idea for a book for nearly a decade. For 10 years, they researched, outlined, and planned, always feeling they needed to learn more, prepare more, be more before they could start writing. Right, one day, they set a simple goal. Write one page, not a masterpiece, not the whole book, just one imperfect page. That page became 2, then a chapter. Then, over the course of a year, a complete manuscript. Was it perfect? No. Did it need revision? Absolutely. but it existed, which is more than could be said for the previous 10 years of getting ready. When I asked what made the difference, they said something profound. I finally realized I was using readiness as a shield against the possibility of inadequacy. Once I admitted that, I could see that writing an imperfect book was infinitely better than perfectly planning a book that never existed. How many of us are doing the same thing? How many of us are using readiness as a shield against the possibility of inadequacy? Because that's what it often is. Not a practical concern, but emotional one. Not a matter of preparation, but of fear of being judged, of feeling exposed, of confronting our limitations. But here's the beautiful paradox. Only by confronting those limitations can we transcend them. Our potential exists just beyond the boundary of our comfort. And the only way to access it is to step into the discomfort of acting before we feel ready. This doesn't mean being reckless or impulsive. It means being honest about when preparation becomes procrastination. It means recognizing when I need to learn more really means I'm afraid to find out if what I already know is enough. Because often, what you already know is enough to begin. Not to master, not to perfect, but to begin. And beginning is the hardest part. Think of it this way. When you're driving at night, your headlights illuminate only a small portion of the road ahead, perhaps just 100 feet. But that's enough to drive the entire way home, as long as you keep moving. You don't need to see the entire route at once. You just need enough light for the next 100 feet. Action works the same way. You don't need perfect clarity about the entire journey ahead. You just need enough clarity for the next step. And taking that step will illuminate the one after. This is how all great accomplishments happen. Not through perfect preparation, but through persistent action in the face of imperfect knowledge. When you look at any significant innovation throughout history, you'll find that it wasn't created by someone who felt completely ready. It was created by someone who was willing to begin despite their doubts. But perfection is not the prerequisite for beginning. It's the enemy of it. Perfection paralyzes while action educates. Consider this. What if being ready doesn't mean feeling confident or having all the answers? What if being ready simply means being willing to be a beginner? What if it means being prepared to be unprepared, to be awkward, to make mistakes in public? Because that's what true readiness looks like. Not the absence of doubt, but the willingness to act alongside it. Not perfect knowledge, but perfect commitment. The third reason we wait for readiness is fear of judgment. We worry what others will think.
Reality sculpting is about really understanding the structure of your reality. It's about remembering that you have full and complete access to all of the...
I think if we stumble, if we show our incompetence, if we reveal that we don't have it all figured out. But here's something powerful to consider. Those who would judge you harshly for your courageous beginnings aren't the ones doing remarkable things with their lives. The critics rarely create. The mockers seldom make. The ridiculers rarely risk. Those who are engaged in their own meaningful pursuits understand the courage it takes to begin before you're ready. They respect the process because they're living it themselves. And those who aren't, whose identity is built on criticizing rather than creating, their opinions are irrelevant to your journey. When I look at the regrets people express at the end of their lives, I never hear, "I wish I'd waited until I felt more ready." Instead, they say, "I wish I'd had the courage to start sooner." They wish they'd asked for the promotion before they felt qualified. They wish they'd started the business before they had all the answers. They wish they'd initiated the conversation before they had the perfect words. They wish they'd begun the creative project before they felt talented enough. In the accounting of a life, we rarely regret the actions we took despite our fear. We regret the actions we never took because of our fear. So let me ask you a question that might change everything. What if the feeling of readiness never comes? What if 10 years from now you still don't feel ready to write that book, start that business, have that conversation, make that change? Well, you've waited a decade only to find yourself in exactly the same place, with nothing but lost time to show for it. Or what if readiness isn't a feeling at all, but a decision? What if being ready is simply deciding that the cost of waiting has become greater than the cost of beginning? Because that's what it often comes down to. A simple calculation of which pain you prefer. The pain of disciplined action now, or the pain of regret later. The pain of growth, or the pain of stagnation. The pain of vulnerability, or the pain of never knowing what could have been. When framed this way, the choice becomes clearer. Yes, acting before you feel ready is uncomfortable. Yes, it involves risk. Yes, it guarantees moments of doubt and disappointment. But the alternative, a life of perpetual postponement, comes with its own pain, one that compounds over time and can't be undone. I've never met someone who took action, failed, learned, adjusted, and eventually succeeded who looked back with regret. But I've met countless people who regret the actions they never took because they were waiting to feel ready. So what does it actually look like to act before you're ready? It's not about being reckless or impulsive. It's about establishing a bias toward action within a framework of intelligent risk. Here are some principles that can guide. First, identify the smallest viable action. You don't need to write a book. Write a page. You don't need to transform your entire life. Change one habit. You don't need to launch a perfect business. Serve one customer. Reduce the scale until the action becomes doable, even if uncomfortable. Second, set clear, time-bound commitments. Don't say, I'll start when I feel ready. Say, I'll start Tuesday at 10 a.m. Ready or not, put it on your calendar. Tell someone else. Make the decision once rather than reconsidering it daily. Third, focus on process, not outcome. When you're doing something before you feel ready, the goal isn't perfection. The goal is progress. Each action builds your capacity for the next action. Each attempt teaches you something the previous attempt couldn't. Fourth, build a support system of fellow doers. Surround yourself with people who understand that growth happens through action, who celebrate beginnings rather than just outcomes, who normalize the messy middle parts of any worthwhile endeavor. Fifth, develop a relationship with fear and discomfort. Learn to recognize them not as warnings to stop, but as indicators that you're moving in the right direction. The presence of fear often points directly toward your greatest opportunities for growth. When you apply these principles, something remarkable happens. You stop viewing readiness as a prerequisite and start seeing it as a result. You recognize that you don't act because you're ready. You become ready because you act. And as you develop this habit of courageous action, you begin to trust yourself in a profound way. Not because you always succeed. You won't. Not because it gets easy. It doesn't. But because you prove to yourself again and again that you can handle the uncertainty. You can navigate the discomfort. You can learn from the setbacks. This self-trust becomes the foundation for everything else. It's the difference between those who spend their lives preparing for opportunities and those who create them. I want to address something important here. When I talk about acting before you're ready, I'm not suggesting you act without integrity, without consideration, or without care. I'm not advocating jumping blindly into situations where the potential harm outweighs the potential growth. What I am advocating is honest self-reflection about when I'm not ready is truly about lack of preparation, and when it's about fear masquerading as prudence. Ask yourself, if I knew I couldn't fail, would I still need more preparation? If the answer is no, then readiness isn't your issue. Fear is. And while fear can be useful, it keeps us from genuine danger. It's a terrible...
If you're sharing a hotel room with friends, you're also sharing a bathroom, and a mirror, and a tiny hairdryer, and an outlet.
Terrible decision maker when it comes to growth opportunities. Fear always votes for safety, for the status quo, for the familiar. And sometimes that's the right choice. But not when it comes to your dreams, your potential, your deepest aspirations. For those, you need a different decision-making framework. One that acknowledges fear, but doesn't give it veto power. One that respects preparation, but doesn't use it as an excuse for postponement. I want to share a simple practice that has helped many people move from perpetual preparation to meaningful action. It's called the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go method. Or you find yourself hesitating to take action despite adequate preparation, count down from 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Then act immediately before your mind has time to generate more reasons to wait. This works because it interrupts the pattern of overthinking that keeps us stuck. It bypasses the rational mind, which is excellent at finding reasons to wait, and engages the action-oriented part of our brain. Is it simple? Yes. Is it easy? No. But it works because it addresses the root cause of inaction. Not lack of knowledge, but lack of decision. Another powerful practice is what I call normalizing the gap. This involves deliberately seeking out the messy beginnings of success stories, the failures, the awkward first attempts, the moments of doubt. Most success narratives skip directly from inspiration to achievement, creating the illusion that success comes to those who are naturally gifted rather than to those who are naturally persistent. But when you deliberately seek out the full story, the rejections, the failures, the painful lessons, you begin to see that the gap between where you are and where you want to be is normal. It's not evidence that you're not ready. It's evidence that you're on the right path. Every master was once a disaster. Every expert was once a beginner. Every success story includes chapters that the teller might prefer to forget, but that were essential to their development. When you normalize this gap, you free yourself from the paralysis of perfectionism. You recognize that the discomfort you feel when trying something new isn't a sign that you're doing it wrong. It's a sign that you're doing it right. Growth is supposed to be uncomfortable. I want to challenge you to identify one area in your life where you've been postponing action until you feel ready. Maybe it's a career move, a creative project, a difficult conversation, a lifestyle change, something meaningful that you've been preparing for but not pursuing. Now imagine that you will never feel more ready than you do right now. The feeling of readiness you're waiting for will never arrive. It's not coming tomorrow, next week, or next year. Given that reality, what would you do differently? What small step would you take today? What commitment would you make? What action would become non-negotiable? Because that's the truth. The feeling of complete readiness rarely comes, and waiting for it keeps you trapped in preparation mode, never experiencing the growth that comes from actual engagement. The most successful people I've met don't wait to feel ready. They acknowledge their fear, do what preparation is genuinely necessary, and then act. Not because they feel ready, but because they're committed to becoming the person who can accomplish that goal. They understand that capability comes from action, not from contemplation. That confidence comes from evidence, not from reassurance. That growth comes from engagement, not from study alone. They live by the principle that you don't need to be great to start, but you need to start to be great. What would happen if you adopted this mindset? If instead of asking, am I ready? You ask, am I willing? If instead of waiting for confidence to act, you acted as a means of building confidence, I believe you would experience a profound shift from someone who is perpetually preparing for life to someone who is actively living it, from someone defined by potential to someone defined by impact, from someone waiting for the perfect moment to someone creating meaningful moments through action. Because here's what happens when you act before you feel ready. You discover capabilities you didn't know you had. You create opportunities that wouldn't otherwise exist. You build momentum that carries you past the points where you would have quit if you relied on feeling ready. Most importantly, you become the author of your life, rather than a spectator waiting for conditions to be perfect before you engage. Perfect conditions are rare. Perfect readiness is a myth. But perfect commitment, the decision to move forward despite doubt, to learn through action, to grow through experience, that's available to all of us at any moment. That commitment is what transforms ordinary lives into extraordinary ones. Not because the committed never fail. They fail frequently. Not because the committed never doubt. They doubt regularly, but because they refuse to let their doubts dictate their actions. They understand the fundamental truth about achievement. It's not about feeling ready, willing to be uncomfortable, willing to be imperfect, willing to fail publicly on the path to eventual success. And here's the beautiful paradox. The more you act without feeling ready, the more ready you become. Each action builds capability. Each failure teaches a lesson. Each moment of discomfort expands your comfort zone.
All over the earth, God is raising up a new breed of wealth builders who will use their money to shape the course of world history without building a golden calf. You see, true prosperity is not about...
So that thing you've been postponing until you feel ready, it's waiting for you. Not for some future version of you who feels confident and prepared, but for the you who exists right now. Doubts, fears, imperfections, and all. The you who doesn't feel ready, but is willing to begin anyway. Because that version of you, the one who acts despite doubt rather than waiting for its absence, that's the version capable of extraordinary things. When we study the lives of those who have made significant impacts in any field, we don't find people who were exceptionally gifted or exceptionally lucky. We find people who were exceptionally willing to start before they felt ready, willing to persist when results weren't immediate, willing to keep going when others would have quit. That willingness, not talent, not circumstance, not luck, is what ultimately determines our impact. And the wonderful news is that willingness isn't something you're born with or without. It's a choice you make, a muscle you strengthen, a habit you develop through practice. Every time you choose action over hesitation, engagement over preparation, beginning over postponing, you strengthen that willingness muscle. You build evidence that you can handle the discomfort of growth. You develop trust in your ability to figure things out as you go, rather than needing to have all the answers up front. This self-trust becomes the foundation for everything else, because when you trust yourself to handle whatever comes, you no longer need the false security of feeling ready. You know that ready or not, you'll find a way. This doesn't mean the fear disappears. It doesn't mean the doubt vanishes. It doesn't mean you never question yourself. It simply means those feelings no longer control your actions. You feel the fear and act anyway. You acknowledge the doubt but don't obey it. You question yourself while continuing to move forward. The door to your greatest achievements will never open with the key of perfect readiness. That door opens with something far more accessible. The decision to your future is being written right now, in this moment, by the actions you choose to take or postpone. Not next week, not when conditions improve, not when you finally feel ready. Now, there's a version of you that exists on the other side of action. More capable, more confident, more alive than the version that's waiting for readiness. That version isn't a fantasy. It's an inevitability, waiting for just one thing. Some of you will leave here today and continue waiting for that mythical moment of readiness. You'll convince yourselves that tomorrow is soon enough, that more preparation is necessary, that the timing isn't quite right. Others will recognize the precious opportunity that exists in this moment. The opportunity to transform knowledge into action, potential into impact, and dreams into reality. The opportunity to become the author of your life rather than merely its planner. Which will you choose? Because here's the ultimate truth. Life doesn't reward those who have the most information, the best plans, or the greatest potential. Life rewards those who make the move from knowing to doing, from planning to creating, from intending to acting. The world doesn't need more people who are perpetually getting ready. It needs people courageous enough to begin, to start the business, write the book, initiate the conversation, make the change, before they feel fully prepared. It needs you, not the someday ready version of you that may never arrive, but the willing version of you that exists right now. So as we conclude, I don't ask if you feel ready to apply what you've heard today. I ask if you're willing to embrace the beautiful discomfort of growth, willing to trade the certainty of mediocrity for the uncertainty of greatness, willing to do it even if, especially if you are not ready, because that willingness, more than any skill, talent, or circumstance, is what will ultimately determine the story of your life. The clock is ticking. Another moment passes. But this time, instead of another opportunity slipping away, you recognize the truth that changes everything. You will never be more ready to begin than you are right now.
Do you know what apple cider?
In the depths of your consciousness lies a power so magnificent, so absolute, that once you truly grasp it and apply it correctly, you will never again find yourself struggling against the current of life. Rather, you will move through existence as naturally as a fish moves through water, as effortlessly as a bird soars through the sky. In the depths of your consciousness lies a power so magnificent, so absolute, that once you truly grasp it and apply it correctly, you will never again find yourself struggling against the current of life. Rather, you will move through existence as naturally as a fish moves through water, as effortlessly as a bird soars through the sky. The first principle you must understand is this: the outer world is nothing more than a reflection, a shadow, a projection of your inner world. As within, so without is not merely a philosophical concept, but an absolute law of being. What you hold in consciousness, with feeling and conviction, must objectify itself in your world. It cannot do otherwise, for that is the law of your being. Now, why must you do this without telling anyone? Let me explain this critical point. When you speak of your desires, your intentions, your wishes to others before they have been realized in your consciousness as accomplished facts, you dissipate the energy required for their manifestation. You release the pressure, so to speak, that would otherwise build and propel your desire into expression. Remember the words from Scripture, "Go and tell no man." This is not merely ethical advice, it is a profound metaphysical instruction. The creative power within you works most effectively in silence in the secret place of the Most High, which is your own wonderful human imagination. Let us delve deeper into the nature of this principle, the power of silence. Most people, upon conceiving a desire or setting a goal, immediately broadcast it to the world. They tell their friends, their family, their colleagues, and in doing so they experience a momentary satisfaction, a false sense of accomplishment. They receive acknowledgement, perhaps even praise or encouragement, and this premature recognition tricks the subconscious mind into believing that the thing is already done, that the desire has already been fulfilled. But what has really happened? Nothing has changed in their world. The desire remains unfulfilled. The goal remains unachieved. All that has occurred is a dissipation of the creative energy that would have, if properly directed and contained, brought the desire into manifestation. When you tell others of your intentions, you also expose your nascent creation to the doubts, criticisms, and limiting beliefs of others. Your desire, still fragile in its conceptual state, may not withstand the onslaught of collective disbelief. It may wither and die before it has had the chance to take root in the fertile soil of your subconscious. Consider the wisdom in the story of Mary, who kept all these things and pondered them in her heart. She did not rush to announce the miraculous conception, but held it sacred within her consciousness until it was ready to be born into the world. So I say to you, hold your desires sacred. Nurture them in the silence of your consciousness. Tell no one until they have been realized in your world. This is the first step in allowing doors to open without effort. The art of assumption. Now, what is it that you must do in silence without telling anyone? You must assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Not tomorrow, not next week, not when circumstances improve or when others approve, but now. The secret is to identify the feeling that would be yours if your desire were already realized, and then to assume that feeling so completely that it displaces your present state. This is not mere positive thinking or wishful fantasy. This is a deliberate, conscious shift in your state of being. If you desire wealth, you must assume the feeling of wealth now. How would you feel if you were financially abundant? What would your inner conversations be like? How would you walk, talk, and interact with others? Assume these feelings and behaviors now. not as a pretense, but as an acknowledgement of a truth that exists in a dimension not yet visible to your physical senses. If you desire a loving relationship, you must assume the feeling of being loved now. Feel the warmth, the security, the joy that would be yours if your desire were already fulfilled. Let this feeling permeate your consciousness until it becomes your predominant state. If you desire health, assume the feeling of vitality and well-being now. Feel the energy coursing through your body, the effortless movement, the absence of pain or limitation. Live from this state and watch as your physical condition aligns with your inner assumption. Remember, what you are seeking is also seeking you. The moment you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, a series of events is set in motion that will bring about the realization of your desire. Doors will open that you did not know existed. Opportunities will present themselves that you could not have anticipated. People will enter your life bearing gifts that precisely match your inner state. And all this will occur without effort, without struggle, without the need for you to manipulate external circumstances. But when you change your inner state, the outer world must change to reflect it. This is law, the renunciation of effort. We come now to a paradox that confounds the logical mind, but is perfectly clear to the awakened consciousness. The renunciation of effort, the pathway to effortless achievement. Most people believe that success requires struggle, that achievement demands sacrifice, that goals must be pursued with relentless determination. They push, they strive, they force, they manipulate. And in doing so, they create resistance, both within themselves and in their external circumstance. But I tell you this, true achievement, lasting success, genuine fulfillment comes not through effort, but through alignment. When you align your consciousness with the state of having already achieved your desire, the path to its physical manifestation clears before you. The doors that seemed locked and barred swing open of their own accord. The mountains that loomed insurmountable simply vanish from your path. This is not laziness or passivity. It is the highest form of action, action from the state of being rather than from the state of wanting. When you act from the conviction that your desire is already fulfilled, your actions are inspired, effortless, and precisely calibrated to bring about the results you seek. Consider how effortlessly you perform the actions associated with states you have fully assumed. If you know yourself to be literate, you do not agonize.
If you're a small business owner that wants to increase your sales and get the attention online that you deserve, then this is for you. Studies show that animated video
Agonize over whether you can read the words on a page. You simply read them. If you know yourself to be a skilled driver, you do not doubt your ability to navigate the roads. You simply drive. The actions flow naturally from your state of being. So it is with all things. When you fully assume the state of having what you desire, the actions required for its manifestation flow naturally and effortlessly from you. You find yourself saying the right words, making the right choices, taking the right steps, not through calculated effort, but through the natural expression of your assumed state. The living in the end. Now let me share with you the practical technique that will enable you to apply this principle effectively in your life. I call it living in the end. To live in the end means to occupy in imagination the state of your wish fulfilled, and to dwell there as though it were your present reality. It means to view the world not from where you are now, but from where you desire to be. Each night as you lay your head upon your pillow and enter the state akin to sleep, construct a scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire. Make it as vivid as possible. See the colors, hear the sounds, feel the textures. Involve all your senses in this imaginative act. If your desire is for a promotion at work, you might imagine a colleague congratulating you on your new position. Feel the handshake, hear the words of congratulation, see the smile on their face. Feel the satisfaction and accomplishment that would be yours in that moment. If your desire is for a harmonious relationship, imagine a scene where you and your beloved are together in perfect understanding and joy. Feel the love between you, the mutual respect, the deep connection. Hear the words that would be spoken in such a moment of harmony. If your desire is for physical health, imagine a scene where you are engaged in an activity that your current condition prevents. Feel the ease of movement, the vitality, the absolute freedom from limitation or discomfort. As you fall asleep, immersed in this scene, you impress it upon your subconscious mind, which accepts it as reality and begins to work ceaselessly to bring it into physical expression. For your subconscious does not distinguish between what you vividly imagine and what you experience in the external world. To it, the two are identical. Practice this technique night after night, and you will begin to notice subtle changes in your waking experience. It may begin with a change in your own attitudes and perceptions. You may find yourself responding differently to familiar situations. You may notice new ideas occurring to you, new impulses guiding your actions. Eventually, these inner changes will externalize themselves in the form of new circumstances, new relationships, new opportunities that align with your imagined state. And all of this will occur without strain, without struggle, without anxious concern on your part. It will feel as natural as the changing of seasons, as effortless as the rising of the sun. But remember, tell no one of what you are doing. Keep this practice sacred and secret. For in silence, your imaginative power grows. In privacy, your assumption gathers strength. In the absence of external validation or criticism, your imagined state takes root in the depths of your being and begins to grow into tangible reality. The abandonment of the old. For this process to work most effectively, you must be willing to abandon your old concept of self, your old way of relating to the world. You cannot cling to your current identity while simultaneously trying to assume a new state of being. The two are incompatible. If you have known yourself as lacking, as struggling, as unworthy, these concepts must be released to make way for your new assumption. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot stand with one foot in your present state and the other in your desired state. You must make a complete commitment to the state you wish to embody. This requires courage. It requires faith. It requires a willingness to die to your old self, that your new self might be born. For make no mistake, this is a form of death, and rebirth the only death, and rebirth that truly matters in your journey through this world. The scripture says, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. Your old concept of self must die, must be completely abandoned, that your new concept might bear fruit in your experience. How do you abandon the old self? By withdrawing your attention from it, by refusing to identify with its limitations, its fears, its sense of lack, by redirecting your attention completely and persistently to your new concept of self until the old concept atrophies from disuse and falls away naturally. This is not denial or repression. It is transformation through the redirection of consciousness. It is the highest form of psychological and spiritual alchemy, the transmutation of lead into gold, of limitation into freedom, of separateness into unity, the persistence in assumption. Now I must caution you, this process is not necessarily instantaneous. While some desires manifest quickly, others require a longer gestation period. The time it takes for your assumption to externalize itself depends on many factors, including the naturalness of your desire relative to your current state, the intensity of your assumption, and the degree to which you remain faithful to your new concept of self. What is required above all is persistence in your assumption. You must continue to live from the end to occupy your imagined state, regardless of appearances. You must not be discouraged or dissuaded by the evidence of your senses, which may for a time continue to reflect your previous state rather than your new assumption. Remember, the physical world is a shadow, a delayed reflection of your consciousness. It will catch up to your new state, but it may do so gradually in its own time and in its own way. Your part is simply to maintain your assumption, to continue living from the end with absolute faith that what you have assumed in consciousness must objectify itself in your world. This persistence is not a form of effort or struggle. It is not about forcing yourself to believe what your senses deny. It is simply a matter of choosing moment by moment. which reality you will occupy in consciousness, the reality of your former state, or the reality of your wish fulfilled.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a path that can absolutely change.
When doubts arise, as they inevitably will, do not fight them. Simply observe them without judgment, and then gently return your attention to the feeling of your wish fulfilled. When circumstances seem to contradict your assumption, acknowledge them without allowing them to dislodge you from your chosen state. Say to yourself, this may be the case in the shadow world of physical appearances, but in the reality of my consciousness, my desire is already fulfilled. In time, with persistence, your assumption will harden into fact. What you have consciously assumed, you will objectively experience, and you will recognize that it was not your anxious striving, but your faithful assumption that brought your desire to fruition. The inner conversations. Pay particular attention to your inner conversations, for they are perhaps the most potent form of assumption. The words you speak to yourself in the privacy of your mind shape your reality more powerfully than any external action you might take. If you truly wish to assume a new state of being, you must revise your inner dialogue to reflect that state. If, for example, you wish to embody financial abundance, your inner conversations must be those of a financially abundant person, not those of someone struggling with lack or limitation. Listen to the words you speak silently to yourself throughout the day. Are they consistent with your desired state, or do they betray a continued identification with the state you wish to transcend? If you find that your inner conversations contradict your conscious intention, do not become discouraged. Simply revise them. Construct new inner dialogues that imply the fulfillment of your desire, and rehearse them until they become your habitual way of thinking. For instance, instead of saying to yourself, I can't afford this, say, I am so grateful that I can easily afford everything I desire. Instead of telling yourself, this situation is impossible, say, I am so grateful that this situation has been resolved harmoniously. Instead of thinking, I am always overlooked for promotion, think, I am so appreciated for my contributions, and I am naturally advancing in my career. Make these new inner conversations your constant companions, and you will be amazed at how quickly your external circumstances begin to align with them. For your inner conversations are not merely reactions to your circumstances, they are the very creators of those circumstances. The gratitude in advance. Another powerful practice that will accelerate the manifestation of your desires is gratitude, not gratitude for what you have already received, but gratitude for what you have claimed in consciousness but is not yet visible to your physical senses. When you give thanks in advance for the fulfillment of your desire, you affirm your firm in the creative process. You acknowledge that the thing is already yours with consciousness, and you express appreciation for its inevitable externalization in your physical experience. This form of gratitude is not a manipulative technique to catch all the universe into giving you what you want. It is a genuine expression of your understanding of the law of consciousness. You are grateful not because you hope to receive, but because you know that in consciousness you have already received. Begin and end each day with this expression of gratitude. Say to yourself with deep feeling, thank you, Father, that this is already done. Feel the reality of your desire as a present fact, and give thanks for it just as you would for something that is already manifest in your world. This practice of gratitude aligns you more fully with the state of having already received, and it accelerates the bridge of incidents that leads to the physical realization of your desire. It is a declaration of your faith in the law and your acceptance of the gift you have given yourself through the power of your consciousness. The revision of the past. Now there is another aspect of this practice that is often overlooked but is enormously powerful. The revision of the past. Your present circumstances are the result of your past thoughts, feelings, and assumptions. But just as you can change your future by changing your present consciousness, you can also change the effects of your past by revising your memory of it. If your past contains experiences of failure, rejection, or disappointment that still affect your self-concept, and therefore your present circumstances, you can revise those experiences in imagination. You can rewrite the script, so to speak, creating new memories that align with your desired state of being. For example, if you're passed over a promotion in the past, and this experience still affects your confidence and your expectations regarding your career, you can revise it. In your imagination, go back to that moment and experience it differently. See yourself receiving the promotion, hear the words of congratulation, feel the satisfaction and validation. If you experience the end of a relationship that left you feeling unlovable or unworthy, revise it. In your imagination, experience a harmonious resolution, a mutual recognition that allows both parties to move forward with respect and goodwill. As you practice this technique of revision, you will find that the emotional charge associated with painful past events begins to dissolve. The past no longer determines your present state of consciousness, and therefore it loses its power to shape your future experiences. Remember, time is a construct of consciousness. The only reality is the eternal now, the present moment, in which all possibilities exist simultaneously. By revising the past in imagination, you are not denying what occurred in the world of shadows. You are exercising your divine prerogative to choose which version of reality you will accept as definitive. The recognition of unity. As you practice these principles, you will begin to recognize a profound truth that underlies all of creation, the unity of being. You will come to understand that there is no separation between you and the source of all that is, no distance between your consciousness and the creative power that shapes worlds. The Bible tells us, I and my Father are one. This is not a poetic metaphor, but a statement of absolute metaphysical fact. The I am that speaks through you, that identifies itself as your consciousness, is the same I am that created the universe and sustains it moment by moment. When you say I am, you are invoking the name of God, the creative power of the universe. And whatever you attach to that divine name, whatever state you identify, with after the sacred words I am becomes your reality.
Hey guys, Grant Cardone here. For the last 10 years, I've been running what is today's largest, most successful business.
Your experience, your world. This is why assumption is so powerful. When you assume a seat, you are literally claiming it as your divine identity. You are saying, I am this, and the universe, which is nothing more than the externalization of consciousness, must conform to that declaration. As you come to understand this truth, not intellectually but experientially, through the practice of these principles, you will be liberated from fear, from doubt, from the belief in limitation. You will recognize that all things are possible to you because all things are possible to the I am that you are. And in this recognition of unity, you will find the ultimate freedom. You will know that there is no power outside of you that can constrain or limit you. No authority beyond your own consciousness that determines your fate. You are the author of your experience, the creator of your reality, the architect of your destiny, the fulfillment of purpose. Why have you been given this creative power? What is its purpose? Simply this, the expansion of awareness, the evolution of consciousness, the eternal journey of the infinite becoming more of itself through the vehicle of your unique expression. You are here to fulfill a purpose that only you can fulfill, to manifest the possibility that only you can manifest, to embody an aspect of the infinite that can be expressed in just the way that you express it. This is your gift to the universe, your contribution to the ongoing creation. And as you align your individual consciousness with the universal consciousness, as you assume states that reflect the highest and best that you can conceive, you fulfill this purpose. You become a clear channel through which the infinite can express its boundless nature in flight form. This is the ultimate meaning of the scriptural injunction to be perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. It is a call not to flawless moral behavior as conventionally understood, but to the assumption of your divine identity, to the recognition and expression of your true nature as a vessel of infinite creative consciousness. In this assumption of your divine identity, all doors open before you without effort. The universe conspires to support your expression. The entire field of creation aligns itself with your assumed state. And you move through life, not as a supplicant begging for scraps from the table of existence, but as the rightful heir to all that is, claiming your inheritance with quiet confidence and serene faith. The application in daily life. How then do you apply these principles in your daily life? How do you translate this metaphysical understanding into practical results? Let me offer some specific guidance. First, identify what you truly desire. Not what you think you should desire. Not what others expect you to desire. But what resonates with the deepest part of your being. What state of consciousness would give you the greatest joy, the most profound satisfaction, the deepest sense of fulfillment? Next, formulate a scene that implies the fulfillment of this desire. Make it short, specific, and symbolic of the state you wish to embody. It might be a handshake, a glimpse of a bank statement, the feel of a wedding ring on your finger, the sound of applause after a presentation, or any other sensory experience that implies your wish is already fulfilled. Then, each night as you fall asleep and each morning as you wake, enter a state of relaxed state between waking and sleeping, where your conscious mind is receptive and your subconscious mind is accessing. In this state, enact your chosen scene. Experience it as vividly as possible, involving all your senses and imbuing it with genuine emotion. Throughout your day, whenever you think of your desire, remind yourself that it is already yours in consciousness. Feel the feeling of the wish fulfilled just for a moment. Then go about your business without anxiety or impatience. If doubts arise, acknowledge them without resistance. Then gently return to the feeling of the wish fulfilled. When you interact with others, do not speak of your desire as something you hope for, wish for, or are working toward. Either speak of it as something that is already accomplished, or do not speak of it at all. Remember, go and tell no man. Pay attention to the signs that your new state is beginning to externalize itself, the subtle changes in your own attitudes, the synchronicities that appear in your experience, the new opportunities that present themselves. Acknowledge these signs with gratitude, recognizing them as confirmation of the inner shift you have achieved. Above all, maintain your faith in the law of consciousness. Trust that what you have assumed must objectify itself in your world, not through your anxious effort, but through the impersonal operation of cosmic law. Rest in the assurance that as you have planted in consciousness, so shall you reap in experience. The promise fulfilled. I have shared with you tonight the secret of secrets, the principle that underlies all manifestation, the law that governs all creation. I have given you a technique so simple yet so profound that, if faithfully applied, it cannot fail to transform your life in ways you may not yet have imagined. Do this without telling anyone, and watch how doors open without effort. Assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Persist in that assumption despite all evidence to the contrary. And you will discover for yourself the truth of the promise. All things are possible to him that believeth. The power I speak of is not external to you. It is not a force you must supplicate or appease. It is your own wonderful human imagination, your own consciousness, your own I-am-ness. It is the creative power of the universe individualized in you, waiting to be directed by your assumption. Use this power wisely, lovingly, joyfully. Use it to lift yourself from limitation to freedom, from separation to unity, from fear to love. Use it not merely to acquire things or circumstances, but to express the highest and best that you can conceive, to contribute to the welfare and awakening of all beings, to participate consciously in the eternal creative process that is the purpose and meaning of existence. Remember always that what you seek is also seeking you, that what you desire desires expression through you, that what you wish to manifest wishes to be manifested by you. There is no opposition in the universe, no resistance to your good, no denial of your rightful inheritance as a divine being in human form. The only barriers to the fulfillment of your desire.
Did you know that Amazon has a $50 million plan that they have to pay out every month? And here's how you
Desires are the limitations you have accepted in consciousness. Remove these barriers by assuming the state of consciousness that would be yours if your desire were already fulfilled. And watch as the outer world reshapes itself to match your inner state. This is the promise. This is the law. This is the truth that sets you free. Thank you for your attention tonight. May you go forth and apply these principles with faith, with love, the serene confidence that comes from knowing who you truly are. May all that you desire be manifested in your experience, not through anxious striving, but through the effortless unfolding that follows right assumption.
For a week, and I got my hair did. Looking for sure. By the way, Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat from the great insurance state of Connecticut, will be joining me later to talk about how the Democrats. Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta tell you something. It is Trump's world, and we're just cowering in it. Over just the past few days, Donald Trump deported hundreds of Venezuelans to El Salvador, despite a judge's order, extraordinarily renditioned a pro-Palestinian Columbia student with a green card, declared that CNN and MSNBC should be illegal. By the way, I'm not against everything he does. Yeah. But perhaps most impressively,
yesterday, the president played in a golf tournament at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach County. He later took to social media to announce his championship win, calling the victory a, quote, great honor.
Oh! He won the tournament at Trump International. How did that happen? This dude's whole life, he's like the Make-A-Wish Batman kid. Hey, look at that, Donald. You caught all the criminals. Look, I'm opposed to anyone rolling back American democracy, but I do tip the cap to any 78-year-old winning a golf tournament. And by the way, still having enough energy left to stroll into the command center in his golf attire to bomb the shit out of Yemen. Yeah. Now look, anyone can bomb the shit out of Yemen after 9 holes, but 18? By the way, when he did that shift at McDonald's, did they just let him keep the headset? Is that? While they're bombing the shit out of Yemen, he's like, hold on, I got fries at the drive-thru window. Hold on. By the way, by bombing Yemen, Donald Trump continued a presidential tradition dating back decades. It may have been what the Wright brothers invented the plane for. How much better do we have to make this for it to be able to reach and bomb the shit out of Yemen? But fear not, because Democrats put on the back foot, finally have an opportunity to stand up and show their dispirited party they still have the principle and the backbone to face down this wannabe tyrant.
Republicans need at least 8 Senate Democrats to reach the 60 required votes, or the government's going to shut down at midnight tomorrow night.
Oh, it is on like Donkey Kong. It turns out the Byzantine Senate rules have presented a golden opportunity to the minority party, because the budget the Republicans are proposing is a non-starter.
This is a terrible CR.
A bill that is designed to hurt the American people.
It would cut by nearly 50% funding for medical research.
To take away nursing home care from millions of our seniors.
There's more than $1 billion of cuts to veteran benefits.
I'm voting no.
I will be a hard no. Vote no. Hell no.
I am even more hell no.
Can you be more hell no? Is that like, hell no? HD double hockey stick? By the way, who's this dude for? You know that salty language isn't you, Merkley. $1 in the swear jar. It's HE double hockey sticks from now on. But this abomination of a budget shall not pass. Because, Senator Schumer, please remind the people what is necessary.
Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate.
You don't have the votes. You need congressional approval because you don't have the votes. Because the filibuster requires a fucking vote. I only saw the play once. You see, Republicans, your little evil budget plan might have worked. If you hadn't forgotten that one Senator Schumer is Charles in charge of the Democratic Party. I'm afraid your diabolical scheme has been foiled.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer set off a firestorm heading into this weekend when he changed course and announced he would vote to move forward on a Republican-backed funding bill.
Find fresh styles for your home and save up to 25% during Raymore and Flanagan's Spring Style Sale. Or buy now and pay later with no fee, no interest financing for 72 months.
Turns out you had the votes. Republicans had the votes. What the happened?
I will vote to keep the government open. I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country, to minimize the harms to the American people.
But you had said it was terrible. And oh, wait a minute. Oh shit, I know what's going on here. All right, I know what's going on here. You had me going, Chucky. You probably got a little something out of this, didn't you? Oh, see, shoot. You wouldn't have given up that powerful leverage on the budget for nothing. I guess this Chucky got some cheese.
Did Schumer get anything from Republicans in exchange for those Dem votes?
He did not.
Senator Schumer, no disrespect, but you are a disgrace to Jewish stereotypes about financial negotiations. That's just... Well, the whole point of us is that's what we do. But you're out there, how much is it? $5. How about I give you 7? Like, what are you doing? And for those of you who may have felt like this was a total capitulation, Senator Schumer just felt like this wasn't the moment for Democrats to press their case because Trump is still too strong.
When he went below 40% in the polls, the Republican legislators started working with us. He was at 51, he's now at 48. We're going to keep at it until he goes below 40. When it happens, I am hopeful that our Republican colleagues will resume working with us.
You're going to keep at it. Keep at it. At what? This was it. This was the it that you would have been keeping at. The keeping of the it. It's not the keeping of the it. That's the issue. It's what the it. Don't you have to start it to keep at it? If this wasn't it, then what is it if this not be it? But apparently the grand plan is Dems keep fecklessly complaining until the 48 approval comes down to 40. Which is a plan, but it's forgetting one crucial piece of information in Schumer's popularity calculation.
Devastating, cascading poll numbers for Democrats. Only 27% of voters have a positive view of the party, the lowest favorability rating in the history of NBC's polling.
You're at 27%. You've got to get Trump to lose 8 points of popularity just for you to get to the point where you're 13 points below him. Your approval is only 7 points above where it turns red and goes into low power mode. Maybe you're not a numbers learner. Maybe a visual demonstration of where you're here. Let me meet you where you live. All right, here we go. This is 48% approval. This is them. This is you. This is you. 27%. Do you understand? Perhaps I'm being too hard on this man. No, I am not. Perhaps he has insider knowledge of a quiet, smoldering Republican amenability to compromise. Perhaps underneath that hard shell of Republican intransigence is a soft, nougaty center of responsible legislative leadership waiting to be freed. Bargains! Driven in the hallowed yet marbled halls of power. Or maybe someplace mustier.
You can't talk to them. One of the places I told you we're going to the gym, you know, when you're on that bike in your shorts, panting away next to a Republican.
That's your plan. I'm gonna daggle my balls out of my shorts and maybe at the gym. Oh, you know, they're gonna lose all their inhibitions on the equipment. You know, actually, Chuck, I would like to work with you on Medicaid reform. And also, I never told anybody this, but I once jerked a guy off in a park. Oh, this elliptical, I just lose my inhibitions. And you know, I would probably be just a skosh more receptive to Schumer's theory of gym-based negotiation strategies if it had worked the last time.
We talk to our Republican colleagues all the time. I talk to them all in the gym. When you're a 60-year-old on a bike panting in your shorts, the inhibitions sort of fall away.
Google sent me some crochet kits to try out, and I've never used a kit like this before, so I'm really excited to see how it goes. Of course, I had to pick Fred the dinosaur. He is adorable. So it looks like the kit comes with all of the yarn.
Shorts. The inhibitions sort of fall away.
You know, I'm not here to posture shame. But for a guy who seems to be spending most of his life in the gym, a little less talky talk, a little more core. Second of all, in the gym, they're only being agreeable with you because they want you to leave them alone. In the gym, on the stationary bike. Oh, sure, Chuck, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. But I have to tell you something. Pedaling really hard and not going anywhere, it's a great metaphor for the Democratic Party right now. But for some reason, there is a persistent fiction within the Democratic Party that if they just hang out with Republicans in the gym or wait out Trump's popularity or give them concessions on a continuing resolution they said would harm the country, the Republicans will finally see the light. The Democrats will be rewarded with productive bipartisanship, or, as they put it,
this fever will break. All this excitement about Donald Trump, it's going to break.
So it is like a cult. The fever will break.
Is this the night the fever will break?
The chance to break the fever.
I believe at some point soon the fever will break. I think you're going to see the fever break.
President Obama saying, quote, "Now I believe when we're successful in this election, that the fever may break."
if someone's been running a fever since the aughts, that's not a fever. That is their default resting temperature. This fiction that you are inventing, this idea that somehow, they'll come to their senses, it allows Democrats to keep thinking that Republicans are actually the ones in the precarious position.
They've got a very narrow margin in the House, a bit bigger margin in the Senate, and their goals are internally conflicting.
They don't have the numbers.
The Republicans need Democratic votes.
It's going to be clear they can't pass anything without Democratic help.
Congress won't be able to keep the lights on, let alone pass anything of substance, without the buy-in and blessing of House Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries.
It's a great message. Democrats, except Republicans have gotten everything through. Every crazy appointment. The guy who wrote the children's book on Russiagate runs the FBI. Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Weekend Fox and Friends guy. They all sailed through. Literally, the only one that has failed so far is picking a Chucky doll that runs on cocaine and Viagra for Attorney General. And that's just because the Republicans personally hated him. Probably for something he did at the gym. Look, you don't understand. These Republicans are committed to a plan born of ideological 50 to 60 year project to remake the United States, and classifying it as a fever excuses you from having to propose an alternative, coherent vision, and allows you to pretend that this is just an issue of messaging and not merit. Boy, are Dems busy fixing the messaging. Ambitious Democrats have a new game plan. They're gonna yak it up about sports and go on more podcasts, or whatever the hell this is.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. Get ready with me while I explain to you how House Republicans are trying to give away your health care to give tax breaks to big corporations. Last week, Republicans introduced their budget resolution.
I'm sorry. I'm having difficulty focusing on what you're saying. Because I'm terrified that you're a hard yellow light away from getting ready with Dan Crenshaw. Obviously, that's not meant in any way to diminish Congressman Crenshaw's service. How he was wounded in Afghanistan, making a get ready with me video. Comedy's legal again, right? Perhaps nothing is as emblematic of this mismatch between the parties than the Democrats' latest viral offering. Now, I understand that Democrats want to showcase that some of their members have not had hip replacement surgery yet. And I hope you understand whatever that last one was. I'm fighting you while taking a shit. Well, just understand this. Whatever this is no match for the game Republicans are playing.
It's amazing how it just landed, stopped the landing. It's cool, like, to think this is the foundation for the things we do now. And a lot of the difference between what we do now and what we were able to do back in this time frame is just technology. You know, this has Bilstein dampers, shocks that are tuned once at the factory, and here they are. That didn't exist.
Well, just the fact that you could buy secondhand what was the performance optimum vehicle back in the day.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Love that episode of Jay Long's Garage, the car featuring today Cadillac, high performance Cadillacs. You know, when I was a kid, Cadillac was sort of they successfully transformed that to high-performance cars, Cadillac racing. I remember when Cadillac introduced the first standard shift, I guess in 2004. Before that, it was 1948. That was the last time you could get a standard shift in a Cadillac. And people thought, can you change your image? But they did. I mean, the average Cadillac buyer was something like 65 or 68 years old, went all the way down to the 30s and 40s. These cars are now on the used car market, and they make a great, fast, terrific, high-performance car. $20,000 to $30,000. I mean, I love this thing. This is mine. This is a 2012 CTSV. 6-speed. It's a 4-seater Corvette, basically, what it is. Fast, it handles. And this is the early one. This is 2007. Let's meet the gentleman responsible for this. He's the executive chief engineer for Corvette and high-performance cars, right? Tony Roma. Tony, how are you? I mean, it's a great name. You sound like a detective, like Magnum PI, Tony Roma, Cannon. It fits right in there with all those kind of names. Yeah, it's very good. Well, you guys have really done an amazing job. Because I see other brands trying to change their image, and it doesn't work. But it really has worked for Cadillac. It's really gone from being an old man's car. When I was a kid, it was like your dad's Cadillac, you know, to a high-performance vehicle. And to young people, if you're 25 or 30 years old, you've always known these as fast, handling, quick cars. They're win races, so it's pretty good. So tell us, you were at the program since the beginning, correct?
Yeah, I've worked on every V-Series we've done in one capacity or another. I haven't always been the chief engineer, obviously.
Right.
But on this car, I was the, what we call a powertrain integration engineer. Previously in my career, I'd worked on Corvettes, so I had a lot of knowledge about the engine and the transmission. And I worked on integrating all that into the car, and I worked with the chassis team. And then over the years, I worked on the second, third gen, and I'm the executive chief on the current cars.
See, when I was a kid in the 60s, it would have been a wheel and stripe package. Maybe get a little more horsepower or something, or maybe a 4-barrel carburetor.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't get handling, suspension, brakes. Was that a hard sell when you went to the sort of the higher-ups at GM? We want to make Cadillac the high-performance, because prior to that, I guess, was Pontiac, was the high-performance division under John DeLorean. Okay, was that a hard sell to do?
So that part of it was not a hard sell. By the time this car was kind of in its inception, the brand had recognized that to be a kind of a modern luxury brand, you have to have this credibility of making these performance-oriented vehicles that can't just be, you know, stripes and decals with a small change here or there. And it's more than just adding power. So we really, John Heinrichs was intimately involved in this. A lot of people know him from his work on Corvette. He was one of the first folks in the performance division to start this project, working with the leadership at the time who recognized the need for this for the brand. And I don't think the hard sell was as much the fact that we needed to do it or doing it. It was really, should we or could we do it in-house versus just, you know, like other people do, just write a check and have someone else come in and do it.
Right.
And one of the things I'm proudest of is we did this ourselves, and we still to this day integrate, do all of this ourselves. We don't just farm it out, and that's a big source of pride for us. It kind of shows what our vehicles and our engineers are capable of.
How about dealers? I mean, I remember the old Cadillac dealers, especially in Florida and those kind of places where a lot of old retired guys doing a big Cadillac showroom with the whole deal. Was it a hard sell to those people? Because instead of competing against Lincoln and Imperial, now competing against BMW and Audi. Was that a tough sell to them?
That's interesting. That was a really big discussion back then because, like you said, folks would come into the Cadillac dealer, I want one, check all the boxes. I want a loaded one, and that meant the most expensive. And this was the most expensive CTS at the time. So we went way out of our way to educate the dealers to say, look, do not sell that, you know, 80-year-old guy who's walking in wanting a tricked out car. This is not necessarily what he wants. And so we definitely had to start internally working with people, and that's not as big of a problem anymore, but back then it was.
Oh yeah, you know, when I made it in show business, the first thing I did was buy my dad a Cadillac, and he wanted I call it the Elvis coffin interior, the crushed red velour, white. You know, my dad's Italian. So my dad called Cadillac the Rolls Royce automobile. I go, Pop, it can't be the Rolls Royce. It's a Cadillac. No, but it is. It's the Rolls. It's not the Rolls. It's the Rolls Royce. Is a Cadillac. You know, and he did that thing. And you know, my mother was from Scotland. She was so affectionate. When they would pull up to a light, people look up because Dad kept it perfect. You know? I know the roller and goes, we're not really Cadillac people. My son gave us this. I'm like, we're driving a Cadillac. And then they'd start fighting, and the people would get scared and drive away. So, since my dad did not live long enough to see this change happen, but I think he would have been shocked to see it. For him, that's when you made it. You got that big kind of electric 225 boaty thing going down the road. You know, it's so funny. So changing that whole.
Yes, it's taken a long time, and the quick story I tell is when we did this car, the first Gen V, everybody, including the journalists and our customers, kind of said, "Well, that's interesting. The Cadillac did that. I wonder, will that stick? Will they do another one?" Then the car behind me here, when we did this one, it was like, "Oh, wow, okay." And then when we set the under 8-minute lap record at the Nürburgring, it was like, "Oh, geez, that's interesting." By the time we did the third generation, we had spy photographers following us around, and people,
right.
And you kind of knew, like, okay, there was an expectation, and then now that we're on to the fourth gen, it's really cool that in 20 years we've been able to grow this credibility of what we've done. And the cars, you can look at the lightning lap results from this year from the CT5V Blackwing, how fast the cars are, how confident they are. We car and driver 10 best again this year for the CT4 and CT5.
I know, it is amazing, and the fact that when everybody else was going to automatic transmissions, Cadillac was going to manual again, but I was going to move it. And you can still get the manual, correct?
Yeah, we sell more than 50% manuals to this day.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Because I'm sure Porsche probably doesn't do 50%.
No, nobody else does. Even in the 7th gen Corvette, the percentage was very, very low. It was, under probably 25%.
Right.
So the fact that these, it's funny to me, and I'll give you another small story on the 2nd gen car, the wagon buyers were the most percentage of manuals.
Yeah,
so they're the most hardcore of all of them were the wagon buyers.
I like the wagons. I thought that was great. That was discontinued.
Yeah. I've still got a wagon, so I still have a 2nd gen.
Well, let's feature this one. This is mine. This is a 2012. But this would be the one, I think, if you're a young guy looking for a high-performance car, 20 to 30 grand, right?
Yeah.
And you get a 6-speed, you get 400 horsepower. And, I also noticed a shift, like to my generation, a 2-door coupe was always performance. Yet I talk to young people, I got a 4-door, that's great. Well, but you want 2-door, that's what, no, I can get people backwards. There's no stigma to having a 4-door. Because it's actually smarter and more practical than carrying people, but to us old guys, the performance version was always the 2-door coupe. And these were really just a fantastic bargain. My friend bought this one. He paid like $27,000 more. It's got 9,000. This is a 2007. It's almost 20 years old.
Sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all in the all-new Nissan Murano.
What company would you go for a new driver? I would try to find like a local mom and pop company, because they'll take better care of you. If you need some time off, you won't get caught up in the matrix of being around a whole bunch of different drivers that need to be dealt with. It's more hands-on and it's more people-friendly body. And once you're in, you get the hookup. I would go there as a new driver. How much money do I make a week? You want the gross or the net? It all depends. So I'm not a company driver. I'm an owner. We make decent money. Make good money.
It's almost 20 years old. It doesn't look dated. And of course incredibly fast. Now you have 4-wheel discs from the get-go.
Yep.
They never did drums in the back.
No. So this was our first project we did with Brembo to do 4-piston opposed calipers. That was a huge part of making it stop. We've obviously talked about the LS6, or this car has the LS2, the 6-liter that we went to later on the first gen. 6-speed manual. We upgraded the driveline so the chassis stiffer, Bilstein being for the all
I like that sort of boutique manufacturing where you pick the best brakes, the best suspension. Were the magazine writers surprised when this? I mean, there must have been a lot of skeptics, like car drivers. Oh, Cadillac's making it.
Yeah.
You know, so that must have been fun, kind of.
It was a blast to kind of change the paradigm, and yeah, everybody was skeptical. And then of course we developed the World Challenge race car right in conjunction with this, and that's when we went back racing. We won our very first race at Sebring in 2004 with this car. Racing and the production programs have always run hand in hand. So yeah, it's been a long 20 years. It's amazing to me when I look back that I've been working on this stuff for 20 years.
Tell us a story about the lady you had Cadillac Racing.
Yeah, I was saying before, so I was, that first race in Sebring, I was heading to the track. I was on the engine team for that race program as well. Heading to the track in my race gear with my Cadillac Racing, and she stopped me at the gas station and said, "Is that a joke? Cadillac Racing? Nobody races a Cadillac." And I thought, well, there's a racetrack a couple miles from here. We're about to go out. So, but then, 20 years later, I was at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring this year in Germany. Cadillac wasn't even involved in that event, and I'm walking through the forest, and I saw more than one person wearing, Cadillac Racing T-shirts and stuff like that because of, where we've come with the brand. It's just incredible in 20 years what we've been able to do.
How does this stack up to the latest version?
Yeah, well, it's kind of amazing.
Pretty well, doesn't it?
It does, and so in the latest version, we make a CT5V, and then we make a V Blackwing. And the V Blackwing is the supercharged monster. But really, this car, performance-wise, would be very similar to what we call the CT5V right now. So if you were to take this car and go out on a track, the lap times would be similar. This is 400 horsepower.
And what is the horsepower of the latest CT?
It's 365 on the V series, and we make that in rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive.
I do make a rear-wheel drive.
Hmm?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't put the manual in the V series. We only put the manual in the Blackwing.
And what is the Blackwing horsepower?
668.
Yeah. Now it does.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Well, very good. I mean, and the styling is so contemporary. It's very European looking. I mean, I guess that was the sedan.
Yeah, we were going for something modern and fresh, and this was the beginning of this art and science, angular, totally different departure for Cadillac and what we had been. And a big element we put styling-wise on the V series back then was this metal wire mesh grille, that signature of the handcrafted nature, and kind of harkens back to a lot of performance cars back in the day that would just do that to open up airflow for the front. We did a lot of little things like the suede lining on the inside of the seat is there to give you a little more friction to hold you in place. Kind of works with the bolsters. It was a pretty slick way, I think, to help not have to have crazy big bolsters and still give you a little traction.
In the early days, did you get feedback from old school Cadillac customers? I like it, but it rides a little hard. Why is that? How do I get soft?
We did, and we've had to educate people over time. But that's what we're going for. And so, honestly, in the gen after this, we did an ATS-V and a CTS-V. And the larger car, we've always tried to keep a little more comfortable, knowing that it's a little bit more executive express. And so that was really nice in the third generation to be able to really target more of a track-focused.
I said it's like a four-seater Corvette. Is that something you look at or shooting for, or do you kind of bristle at that?
No, I think, look, now that I work on Corvettes again, and I mean, I take it as the compliment I think it's intended to be, right? As a brand, this is more sophisticated. Our targets, a car like this, frankly, in a lot of ways is a little more difficult than a Corvette. The noise and vibration targets, when you're not on track, when you're not driving aggressively, this car is expected to be much more refined than a Corvette. I think the only reason people would bristle up is that it's as harsh, and 2-seat Corvette is a little different animal, and that's what you're buying when you buy a Corvette. This needs to be a Corvette performance and the sophistication of a Cadillac, and that's what I think we've done. So, but I take it. I think you mean compliment. I take it that way.
Is a compliment. And the Cadillac is the greatest. I mean, the Corvette is the greatest performance bargain. I mean, you literally have to go to 3 times the price in the European to match what the Corvette. I remember when the C8 came out, it was like $69,000. And the NSX came out, it was $205,000. That was with a V6. The C8 had a V8, and the fact that it's built in America in a union shop for that kind of money, it's just the efficiency of manufacturing, how good that is. I used to tell people, like, I had the McLaren, P1, the splitter is this big. You crack the splitter, you can get a new plastic splitter or a Z06 Corvette. They were the same price. I get this little carbon fiber piece here, or a Z06. I mean, it's the greatest performance bargain it is, and the most aspirational sports car in the world. It's kind of like the Miata, except the Miata's really affordable, but the Corvette is twice as much as the Miata. Well, it's 3 times the car, 4 times the car. So I just find it to be the greatest performance bargain, and that's why I love this thing. The only criticism I have is the wheel seems small. I'd probably go with bigger wheel, but I like to keep it completely stock. It's just a wonderful handling car. God, I've had this thing. I've been driving this for 12 years now. A little bit longer. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as Corvette goes, I mean, that's the hallmark of the brand, right? The value that it represents. And I love going to Corvette events. And in some ways, the Blackwings and B-Series represent the same thing. You go to these events and people that aspire to own one and reach up and afford it. I love that. I love that we can do that, because even in this space, F-Series or an AMG car are always way more expensive.
Right. And on the used car market, it's really a performance market for that kind of money. Again, 400 horsepower, handling, and you don't need to do anything to it. In the old days, you had to buy the headers and the shocks, but it's got all that already. Yeah, very nice. And these were only manual at the time, right?
Yeah, the first generation we did only manual. The second generation we had a 6-speed automatic that was up for the challenge.
Right. Now, were Cadillac buyers shocked that there was no automatic? What?
We got a lot of feedback that gee, it's a lot more of these if you did an auto, which is why we hurried up to do it on the second gen.
Yeah. But it's still 50-50, isn't it?
We didn't sell 50-50 in the second gen, but in the current ones, yes, we sell more than 50% manual, which is incredible.
That's be the highest in the industry, because most are
the highest penetration.
10% or 18% or something like that. Yeah. Well, let's open the hood on this. Let's take a look here. Let's see what we got. I mean, the styling has held up really well.
Middle-aged influencer's secret to getting her teenage body back. What's your go-to breakfast?
Love a bagel and cream cheese.
Yum.
They got your brace across here.
Yep.
Well, they really squeeze it in there, don't they?
Yeah, we spent so much time figuring out this car was designed with no V8 in mind at all, and you can see how close it comes to the shock towers. To redo the whole front drive units and arguing about tenths of a millimeter. It was
but
quite the
everything
project.
is usually accessible. Oil, filler caps, all of that. Well, those things to show.
Yeah, that just shows you we had to put that curly Q in it to get from there to there.
Right.
And there's an equally weird path because the engine's got to roll around and you got to have enough slack in the hose.
Right. We used to call this a Monte Carlo bar because of the Ford Falcon was the first. They just put them in.
Yeah, we do this mostly for steering feel. The forces that the bigger tires generate would want to deflect the towers, and you put that in to keep the precision in the steering.
Well, let's take a ride, see what you got.
Sounds good. Sounds great, doesn't it?
It really has all kinds of power. If you're looking for a performance car for not much money, well, you can't beat one of these. But like you say, a lot of them have been hot rodding, haven't they?
Yeah. A lot of the second owners even would take them and, headers and maybe superchargers and all these crazy things. So to find one that's a survivor like this is pretty cool.
It's almost impossible these days, isn't it, to make a car better or faster. Well, I guess you can make it faster, but you can't make it better than when it left the factory. In the old days of the emissions and, choking exhaust systems, but everything now is tuned, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, the way I tell people is when you put aftermarket parts on, there's some compromise that you may not realize you're making in durability or comfort or longevity or economy or something. There's something that you're not getting And sometimes that's the right choice that people want to make, but as long as they know it, a lot of people don't realize it and they think it's all just going to be better.
Well, I always debate between louder means faster.
Right. To some people. This is like a time capsule for me. I remember working hard on what that induction sound versus the exhaust sound sounds like, and making it all feel refined. It's pretty cool.
It just makes me laugh at something I think it was new. It's 20 years old. You know, it's like when they made that movie Jumanji. What? This came out.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Came out like 20 years. It's on its third remake.
I am not that young guy at work anymore.
Yeah. So. But nicely laid out dashboard. Easy to understand. I love the wheel. Love that it's mechanically adjustable as opposed to electrically. I don't need all electrically. Because once you set it, you don't need that way as long as I have the car. And this always has a CD player.
Yeah.
You know, I had a
multi-disc changer.
I had a friend of mine who was like 7 or 8, and he had two girls who were in the car. So I had to give it to this. He would go to this. And when I got the back,
what do I do with this?
CD, no, it's music. How do you play? I did not know what a CD was.
Yeah. I don't like my kids, but...
Yeah, isn't that funny? Or VCR is the other one.
But it's funny, you'll hear people say, oh, well, you know, start the tape. And you think, do you even know what that means?
Like my friend, like comedian, Larry the Cable Guy. I had a guy ask me, I need a cable guy. They didn't sell cable.
Right.
No, you know when you get TV, cable TV? No. Well, TV used to be. Yeah. That's hilarious. You know, this still feels crisp. The handling, the steering. Obviously, this one's been taken care of. It's only got, what I say, 9,000 miles on it?
Yeah, 9,400, yeah.
But still, it's 20 years old.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, like, to think this is the foundation for the things we do now. And a lot of the difference between what we do now and what we were able to do back in this time frame is just technology. You know, this has Bilstein dampers, you know, shocks that are tuned once at the factory, and here they are. You know, now we've got MR dampers that are fully active and adjust, you know, every millisecond.
Right.
You know, stuff like that that didn't exist. It was just on the cusp of the first generation of MR, and the active exhaust that we do now with, you know, continuously adjustable flaps to make sure you don't get any drones or noises that you don't like, and all that stuff.
Well, just the fact that you could buy secondhand what was the performance optimum vehicle back in the day.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like you've said, this is a great buy for somebody looking for a nice car. And the nice thing about the 4-door, this is sort of you can have a car, still take your kids out and get ice cream in it. You know, that's been...
and you get the ice cream really quickly.
Yeah, right.
When this came out, did the Europeans see it as a competitor to the BMW?
Well, that's funny. So back then, we don't talk directly to our competitors very much, but kind of through the journalists.
Yeah.
The first generation, I don't think they really perceived this as any kind of a threat. I think this was interesting. Like I mentioned a little while ago, nobody knew if we were going to do another one or if this was just a one and done, you know, experiment. By the third generation, when we would run into our counterparts, like maybe in Germany when we're at the Nürburgring, they would have high praise, and I know they've bought some of our cars to benchmark and drive over the years. But this first gen, I don't think they perceived this as anything other than an interesting experiment.
I mean, the only European example I can make is when Porsche was hurting and they had Mercedes-Benz, and they were building Mercedes-Benz cars. You know that Mercedes that was built at the Porsche factory? That would have been the equivalent of something like this. And how sharp and cool that thing was at the time. But this really is a very impressive car.
Yeah, the big thing about this car was to take the guts from a Corvette. So when you call it a 4-door Corvette, like I was saying before, you got to make it so that it's refined. All the things you expect out of your, you know, expensive performance luxury sedan, and that's that next level of integration that we have to do on a B-Series. I'm not saying there's not a lot of integration that goes into a Corvette, but we favor weight and other things more. And, you know, half of our convertibles things like that. But so this was an interesting project for us, and we learned a lot on this one that applied to the second gen and so on and so on.
I know there was talk of making Corvette a standalone brand, right? With an SUV and things like that. Is that something that may happen? Is that something you're talking about?
There's a lot of talk out in the world about that, and that's all I'll say.
Okay, all right. Well, that's it. And you know, it just makes me smile every time I put my foot in. And I'm in third gear, and that pulls hard.
Yeah, back in the day when these came out, they were, amazing performance, under 5 seconds 0 to 60,
yeah.
All that, and you think now, this is what we do with a V6 turbo, it's, and then the one that replaced this, if you fast forward 20 years, it's incredible. I know you've driven the CT5, it's amazing. And so for a quarter the price of a new CT5 Blackwing, you can have one of these.
How many of these did they sell a year?
I forget. I want to say we sold about 2,000 a year for the first couple of years.
Right.
And like we talked earlier, the fact that it was manual trans only, a lot of the folks that wanted them kind of got in and bought them. And by the end, it was pretty low, which is a big reason why we did the auto in the second generation.
It's so funny how the business has changed, because I remember when the Corvair was competing with the Mustang, the Corvair was a failure because they only sold 1.8 million. 1.8 million!
Yeah.
Now they make you president of the company to do that. And I don't think in 2004, was there a European car in this price class that had this kind of horsepower?
So, yeah, back in 2004 when this car came out, it was basically halfway between an M3 and an M5.
Right.
It was more like the price of the M3 with the performance of the M5.
Right.
That was sort of our shtick. So, we had way more power. The M3 back then had 333 horsepower, and the M5 had like 400, and then the V10 version of the M5 came out, and I think they went up to 500. So yeah, we were straddling. This car kind of had to cover both segments of the market, and I think it spaded the ground for us to establish our own character. We're not trying to be one of the European cars. We're trying to do our own thing. Kind of uniquely American with the V8. And here we are 20 years later, still talking about it.
Best and worst treats for your dog. Here are the best and worst foods for your dog. Number 1, cheese. Dogs go crazy for cheese, but make sure you stick with simple cheese. Cheddar, mozzarella, cheese with nothing added. No garlic, and definitely no raisins, because they can cause kidney failure for your dog, and they can actually die from just eating a little bit. Number 2, bananas. I like to tear off a piece and hand feed it to my dogs. High in magnesium, it's great for your dog's joints, but don't give them the whole banana. It's just too much sugar. Number 3, peanut butter. Maybe you've heard peanut butter is too fattening, but it can actually be healthy for dogs in moderation. Just make sure to stick with brands like Jif and Skippy. Fancier brands, especially if they say sugar-free in big bold letters, can actually be dangerous for your dog because they may contain xylitol.
And here we are 20 years later, still talking about it.
This thing is great. It's really nice. That's incredible performance.
You can have fun with that, you're doing something wrong.
Oh yeah, this is great. Well, it's wonderful to see Corvette just become such a powerful brand. I mean, what do they do, about 50,000 cars a year? Something like that? 35 to 50?
The last couple of years, we've sold over 40,000 cars a year. We have over 50% of the sports car market in the U.S., which is incredible.
Yeah, that's great.
We're selling 50% convertibles now with the hardtop on the C8 hardtop convertible. People love it. The Corvette business is incredible. The work the team did on the C8. Everybody was real nervous about, is mid-engine going to ruin it and all that, and I think the answer is definitive that,
it's so funny, I love the C7, and I thought, how are you going to improve on this, really? And then I drove that, and I was turning, like, right here, because I would feel the front wheels turn, and then the car would turn. With the C8, I'm turning from right here. I'm spinning on my axis, I was like, oh my God, this is so much better. I mean, it really is an amazing car.
They are fantastic, yeah.
And you know, I thought for sure when it came out, oh, it have some kind of, I won't have a dual clutch transmission, but that's okay. I mean, it's got everything all the European exotics have for 3, 4, 5 times the money. A lot of magnesium, a lot of aluminum. I mean, just beautifully designed, beautifully built. Yeah, they're just a wonderful car.
They are incredible. They're built right here in the U.S. in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And,
you know, since all that financial stuff in the early 2000s, it just made everything better. Because GM is all engineers now. I remember years ago, this is Bob from Whirlpool and Jim from Zenith, and they're going to help us sell cars. Now everybody is a car guy. You know, I love that Mark Royce sitting in Nürburgring every weekend, you know, trying to go 200 miles an hour. I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, you have real enthusiasts running the company, and they know the business, and it's great.
Yeah, Mark as an individual is definitely a force of nature. He's special, even in the industry, amongst his peers, and he empowers those of us that are enthusiasts at the company. It's pretty cool.
And the idea that the president of the company is driving 233 miles an hour. In the old days, it wouldn't even been allowed.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because he kind of said, like, well, you know, you think it's okay if I drive it, and I thought, are you kidding? We all think it's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and yeah, and he did an awesome job. You know, he worked through with all the engineers. We did a lot of analysis on, okay, if we really want to maximize everything out of the car, he had to go full throttle at 200 miles an hour while going through a turn at almost 1G up on a high bank.
That's great.
And no problem, just followed instructions, and pretty darn cool.
Steering is terrific. Anything special about the steering? How is it different?
The steering in this car, really what you're feeling is more about the chassis tuning and the brace that you looked at under the hood.
But it's not rack and
dampers. Yeah, this is a rack and pinion steering. Yeah, for sure. I don't remember if we changed the steering ratio specific to the V, but I know we spent a lot of time obsessing over steering feel, the lower chassis reinforcements, the upper strut brace, things like that, to really get that directness in the steering that's so important for a performance car. They were talking about Corvette in the past. I've talked to some of my predecessors, and in the past, Corvette was viewed more as a halo that helped just sell more, you know, other Chevys, and it didn't really matter if it made money, just don't lose too much money and whatever. And yeah, that all changed. And I think Dave Hill and Tad Jechter were a big part of this. No, this car has to make money. It has to stand on its own.
Right.
And that's been our philosophy for the last, you know, at least 25 years.
Well, they dividends. Yeah. I don't know how they build it for that little money.
Yeah.
Especially in a union shop. I mean, that's fantastic. It shows the rest of the world what can be done.
I've talked to some of my peers that work at places like McLaren, and that's the first question they ask, how can you do this? And I say, well, it starts by making 40,000 of something, not, you know, 2,000. Right. You know, that's where it starts, and having a design that when you want to make a Z06 from a Stingray, you don't have to throw away half the car and start over, you know. So the team that did the C8, you know, Josh Holder and Taj and everybody, the way the thought they put into it so many years ahead.
Most people my age are slowing down, but I'm more active than ever. Hi, my name is Dr. Frank Schellenberg. I'm 77 years old, and although
to enable all this crazy stuff we're doing.
We're hitting good-sized bumps now. I'm not getting any rival or cow shape.
It's amazing how it just landed, stuck the landing.
Yeah. It's amazing. Boy, I really like this. I would buy this car myself if my friend didn't buy it.
Yeah, this is a nice piece.
But boy, just nice and tight. No shake, I mean, it's really well screwed. I think it was screwed together 20-something years ago. You know, it's amazing.
Yeah, this was our Sigma architecture. This was the first car off of it, and the second gen was just a derivative, and this was a huge leap forward in chassis stiffness and rigidity and all that. You're feeling through we can tune the suspension so much better when you've got that good backbone.
Do these Bills things last, not necessarily the life of the car, but pretty good?
It should last a long time, yeah.
I had that, my Porsche Carrera GT, those shocks were gone after 4,500 miles. I mean,
really?
Yeah, it was, of course, it was over 10 years, you know. But, but still, they didn't like, because I realized, God, why am I hitting bumps hard? But I was losing like 5% a year, you know, and you don't realize it until you put the new shocks on. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Sometimes the seals will develop small leaks. You'll lose the gas pressure, and then you're
Well, congratulations as the head guy at Corvette. That's pretty exciting.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm super excited.
Yeah. And thanks for coming and walking us through this. We wanted to get you because you were one of the guys behind this. And it's just one of the great used car markets, you know. I think when people find out just how good these are, the prices are going to go up. So if you find one of these, buy it right now because it's pretty good. Tony, thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. See, it's great when you get the guy who developed the car.
Thanks for letting me come down this trip down memory lane with you.
No, thank you. And we'll see you guys next week. Thanks again.
What's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick Strength and Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys today. The first story I've got for you guys today, let's talk a little bit about the upcoming Detroit Pro. So we are now under 2 weeks out from Detroit. Starting with Classic Physique, the physique update that you're looking at right here is the latest physique update from Matt Grego. And Matt Grego obviously made a lot of noise at the Arnold Classic this year in Classic Physique. Right now, the only two big names that I see confirmed on the Detroit Pro Instagram page are Wesley Vissers and Matt Grego. And Matt was third at the Arnold Classic. Wesley ended up in fifth, even though he was a defending Arnold Classic champion. So whether Wesley is there or not, because he did an interview with his coach where he seemed still uncertain right after the Arnold, whether or not he was actually going to do Detroit, even though he is confirmed. I don't know that we know for sure he is going to do it, even though he's listed as confirmed. But whether Wesley is there or not, Matt, I think, is certainly the favorite to win this show. Top three at the Arnold, to my knowledge, neither. Well, Mike Sommerfeld definitely is not doing Detroit. And to my knowledge, Mike DeBull is not doing Detroit either. And then I also just saw an interview with Hani Rambod and Logan Franklin. And Logan still needs to qualify for the Olympia as well. So that's the reason you're still seeing these guys, like these top Arnold guys, still competing. Because you got to win a show to qualify for the Olympia. Now there's no point system. So Logan still needs to qualify for the Olympia. But Logan said in his interview with Hani that he's not going to be competing anytime in the near future as far as the next month or two. So that would include Detroit. So as far as Classic Physique goes in Detroit, Matt Grego really seems like that guy. Third place at this year's Arnold, top 10 at the 2024 Olympia, 2024 New York Pro Champ. He also won the Tampa Pro. He's got a ton of momentum right now, and this looks like this is probably going to be his show. And I was incredibly impressed with the package that he brought to the Arnold. I think a lot of us were. He just looked great. His conditioning was great. He was big. He was muscular. He's got a little bit of a taller frame that he's filled out very well now. He's had a lot of growth in the last couple of years. He looked phenomenal. And I think he's on a really hot streak right now going into the Olympia. And I do think he will probably win this Detroit show and then qualify there. Now, as far as men's open bodybuilding goes in Detroit, these are the latest physique updates here from William Bonac. And again, we're under 2 weeks out, 1 week, 6 days. Bonac specifies in this post that he's weighing 240 pounds. Now, as far as the guys that we're looking at, we went through all the confirmed competitors that we had a couple of videos ago for Detroit. And you're really looking at, Carlos Thomas Jr. is in this lineup. We haven't seen any recent updates from him after the Arnold. We've also got James Hollingshead in this lineup, William Bonac in this lineup, Sauce Harati in this lineup. But of these guys, I think Bonac being the highest placer at the Arnold, he was 5th place. He's the favorite to win based on what we're seeing so far. And I think, again, I keep hearing that Good Vito is doing the show, but I still haven't seen him confirm it on social media, nor have I seen him for 2025 posted as confirmed on the Detroit Pro Instagram or website. But again, next week, we will have the actual official competitor list at the beginning of the week of everybody that's legitimately confirmed. So I guess we'll find out, but right now I'm really not sure if Good Vito is going to do this or not. I keep hearing that he is, but I don't know. And I'm looking at this is the latest update that we've seen from Good Vito. Vito. And this, if he does end up doing Detroit, which seems uncertain at this point, it almost just seems like a rumor, he'd be 2 weeks out from Detroit. But he did say early in the year that one of the shows he's for sure doing is the Arnold Classic Brazil, and he does live in Brazil, so that makes sense. And that will be April 7th, so the first week of April. And so he would be 3 weeks out from that in this latest update. We haven't gotten like him hitting any actual bodybuilding poses, any mandatories. We haven't really seen a whole lot of him lately. But he did say he was doing Arnold Brazil. Makes sense. He lives in Brazil. And so I kind of wonder, I think we probably won't see him in Detroit. I kind of wonder if it would be more important for him to win the Arnold, and why jeopardize that by traveling all the way up to the States the week before for Detroit, and flying back to Brazil in the Brazilian Arnold Classic. Why even go back and forth? Why not just stay in Brazil and focus on the Brazil show, and then come, a month and a half later for the Pittsburgh Pro and the New York Pro. But I feel like I just keep seeing so many people post comparisons of good Vito and Carlos Thomas Jr. because if Vito was going to do Detroit, that would be a cool matchup to see. They both got really freaky quads in particular, and really they're both shorter guys with crazy structures, and that would be a cool comparison to see. But I don't know that we're going to get to see that. And I also wanted to show you guys, so Sauce Harati, he's a guy that we haven't talked about much at all lately. We haven't seen him in a while. He's also doing this show. Even though we haven't seen him compete lately, this is him showing off his insanely shredded cross-striated quads. And, like I said, we're kind of talking about some of the guys that we just saw compete at the Arnold. Carlos Thomas Jr., William Bonac, James Hollingshead, and, in classic physique, we're talking about Wesley, we're talking about Matt Grego. But even though we haven't seen Sauce Harati lately, I feel like we should not count him out. But I am looking at his contest history here, and it looks like in 2024 he was beaten by Bonac when he was top 4 at the M-Pro Classic. And that was really the most recent competitive example that we have for him. And then you go over to the latest update. There were 2 updates that we saw recently from James Hollingshead, post-Arnold Classic. And look, James at the Arnold, he looked okay. I mean, he was 8th, so he was kind of in the mix. I mean, he was right behind Sean Clarita. I thought Sean Clarita looked great. Sean was 7th. James beat Carlos Thomas Jr., Patrick Moore, Justin Rodriguez. So he was kind of in the bottom of that call-out hierarchy. But he still beat some guys. He still did well. But I think looking at this lineup here for Detroit, Bonac, I think he's just the favorite here. He's the highest of all the Arnold Classic guys, the highest placer of all these Arnold guys doing it. He's got the best track record. He's beaten just about everybody in this lineup. I think he's the guy to be looking at here as we go into Detroit. Unless that competitor list comes out and there's some names on there that surprise us that haven't been announced yet. But it seems like at this point there's a lot of people, a lot of the bigger names holding off for Pittsburgh, holding off for New York. I think we'll probably see some good guys do the Brazil show. But overall, I think this will be a pretty good start to the year as far as the competitive season goes. Now, next up in the news, last night I watched maybe 3 or 4 different podcasts all about this, whole Bob Ciccarello, Nick Walker, and now Arnold Classic thing, including this one that you're looking at here, which I thought was really good. I think Ron Harris does a really good job with being as neutral and asking good questions.
Hey, Johnny, good morning, man. Sorry to bother
you. So this was the one that I thought was the most
up?
illuminating of all the different podcasts that I was watching last night about the Bob and Nick, Bob and Arnold, Bob and Men's Physique, Bob and Athletes Rep. I thought this was a really good one.
Sorry to bother you.
So I really...
Could you wake your mom up so he can get Hilkiah to school? Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Tell her to get some phone. She's slacking off. You too. Later.
this broad thinks jerky comes from.
Now, is he someone that's your type? And why not?
I would say his hair. It's not, yeah.
I gotta say, I used to be all about being polite, but 2025, if you're getting treated like shit by a 2, tell her she ain't nothing. That's what we need to start doing.
Motivational quote of the day. The coldest winter days will always turn into spring.
Whatever you do, don't buy her 2 margaritas. She will pounce right on your peanuts.
True story. I've seen it happen. I had to buy her 3.
One thing you wish men understood better about women, what would it be?
Like when something is fine, it's not fine. Like read between the lines.
You mean be a mind reader?
Yeah, exactly.
So men are expected to be mind readers.
Exactly.
Why do women often expect men to do things that they're not physically capable of?
I don't know. I haven't I don't do that. Like I don't expect men to do things they're incapable of.
Isn't that what you just said now? Gotcha, bitch!
Being a mind reader?
Yeah. You want us to read between the lines, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you, who's better at communication, men or women?
Women.
So if men are worse at communication, why do so many women expect men to read their body language?
I think men are better communicators logically. Women are better with like communicating like emotionally.
Okay, can you think of any situation where logic wouldn't outweigh emotions?
I think logic should always outweigh emotion.
Yeah. You can't make this shit up.
Yeah, you really can't make it up. And what boggles my mind is women think they're emotionally intelligent just because they're emotional. They're emotionally out of control. If you like an issue of fight with this chick, she'll have a freaking meltdown. It's like, what are you gonna do about it? So this whole idea that they're emotionally intelligent because they're emotional at a moment's notice at the worst times is ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
Give me a confession.
I've had more freeways with him and another girl than anybody else.
Wow. Congratulations. Yes, please take us and get out of here.
Wait, no, this is a mistake. I'm not gay.
This is a day in the life of a side chick. I wake up and see my boyfriend texted me last night while I was sleeping. He's such a romantic. I Uber to Michael's house. He likes to play this fun game where he covers me up so nobody can see me. After that, we should Michael always says the cutest things to me.
Alright, good night, Colby.
Hey, it's Kristen. Michael is so funny. Sometimes he acts like I'm a complete stranger. Just then, we hear angry knocking at the door. Michael looks scared, and all of a sudden he wants to play a spontaneous game of hide and seek. But something just doesn't feel right.
Michael, what is going on? Who is that angry woman knocking at your door? Be honest with me.
There's something I need to tell you. That woman outside is my sister, who's the #1 ranked hide-and-go-seek player on Earth. And she only respects people who are good at hide-and-go-seek. I just really want her to like you. So I need you to hide and not come out for any reason at all, no matter what you do.
I completely understand. At 1 p.m., Michael stuffs me in a closet and tells me not to move. I can tell Michael's sister really wants to find me. This is the best game of hide and seek ever. At 5 p.m., Michael tells me I won and that it's time to go. I try to leave, but he says that his front door is broken and I'll have to go out the other way. I wave goodbye to Michael and dive on out the window. Ah, the things us girlfriends do for love. And that's my day.
The wonderful part about a woman is the delusion goes in all directions. So if you're in the beginning of the relationship or you got a side chick, it's pretty fun. If you're married to her, it could be a nightmare. Hey guys, if you're looking for the wildest police videos YouTube has to offer, you gotta pay us a visit over here at Freeze POV.
Hey babe, you
It is so important as a woman, if you want to have a sustainable relationship with the man, to regard his feelings. We disregard men's feelings so much, and it's so foul to a man because he no longer can express himself. He can't tell you how he's feeling. He cannot literally be in a relationship where he can actually approach you and say, yo, this happened, I feel this type of way, because the first thing we're going to do is be like, well, what did you do last week? Did you take your shoe? Did you and we do not apologize.
Yeah, ducking accountability and responsibility by changing the subject or deflecting completely. You think they had a master class.
Respond to the drowning.
How could this possibly be true?
Matthew Perry died as a result of ketamine.
His personal assistant delivered the fatal dose.
You think they have...
Johnny, she still's not up, man. Put her, turn, wait, maybe this is her, hold on. Hello? Alright, good morning, are you gonna wake up? I've been calling you for the last 20 minutes, even had Johnny go in there and wake you up. Alright. Where's my guy? Let me talk to him. Yeah, I know. He needs to get up. He got less than an hour to get to school. He has to get up. Well, let me talk to him. Wake him up. No, it's not. He got less than an hour to be at school. You overslept. Huh? No, you're supposed to be up by 7:15. That's why we call you at 7:15. We didn't make this whole program for you to just bullshit the thing off. Come on. Hey, good morning, buddy. How you feeling? Good? All right, I am. Focus goes. Brave and strong. That's what I'm talking about, man. Let's go. You got less than an hour. Let's get you cleaned up and something to eat, all right? You're gonna have a great day, right? Because everything goes your way. All right, buddy. I love you. Have a good morning. Don't go back to sleep. All right. Love you. Bye.
At a master class.
Men are being expected to protect, provide, and lead at the beginning of a relationship, while society is telling women that they should not act as a wife, do not perform wifely duties at a girlfriend level. How is a man supposed to know that you're going to be a good wife, a good mother, if you are nurturing, kind, if you're not acting, if you're not self-sufficient. They're not requiring a woman anymore to do the things that they have been doing for themselves for many years. So in that case, because we know this, men are waking up. They're requiring so much more. And I applaud those men who know their value, because women hate men who value themselves.
Shit's too true. When you really break them down, there's not really too many great things going on. Not too many interesting people out there.
I don't think you know, son. I got that frog in me.
I wish you knew what the hell you was talking about, Dwayne Barrett. Shut your ass up.
Listen, I'm gonna need you to keep it together when someone makes a mistake on the road.
Going to Maine, baby. You're going to Maine.
No need to be flipping someone off. There's no need to be calling them names. No need to be angry at somebody else. That woman cut me off. She's gone on with her life. And if I was still upset, I would still be upset right now. And I'll be taking off on the next person. I couldn't be thinking of the things I want to do with my life, because anger is one of those things that just takes a lot of CPU resources. So I need you to keep it together. Do not give your emotional control to a complete stranger who has no idea of your existence. Being upset with another driver on the road is self-defeating. It is self-defeating. So I need you to keep it together.
This was so well said, guys. If you have a problem with this, I encourage you to think about this particular clip all day. Really change your life.
Dang. Got pick one. Stop. Gotta pick and see. Why not move on eating? Come on.
Alright, y'all acting stupid on this thing, huh? Cut the jokes. They're not funny.
What? You're kidding me. What? You must be doing the BJ right here in the parking lot, right? But we're at BJ's, right? You joking? No, don't. Bro, the tongue out with the little piercing on the tongue and all that. God, it's like wet from eating like you're excited to eat. The food's good. I just ate! What's next? What knew you was about to eat? No, dog, this is a scam! Like, don't play with me, yo! You can't get mad because you was something. There was something else. No, bro. What are you doing? I'm getting ready! For what? My bitch! Yo, this say BJ! With the tongue out! I forgot to put the S on it. No, bro. What the crap? No, bro. What do you do? No, bro. No, you ain't mean go eat no food. Bro, that's crazy. Yo, I'm thinking we coming outside to go to a place that you want to spice things up a little. So you come to eat? Yes. At BJ's. Where are you going?
Damn, this shit was absolutely diabolical.
People often ask me, why do you do OF? Well, I just got paid $400 US to eat a ham and cheese toastie fully clothed on camera. The guy paying for this custom, he's my favorite subscriber. I love him so much. If you're seeing this, babe, love you. He was like, what's your favorite food? And we were just talking about food. So he's like, would you want to film yourself eating ham and cheese toastie and send it to me? And I was like, sure. Like, how much do you want to pay for that? Because I don't know how to price that. I've never been asked for anything like that before. And he was like, $400? Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm not complaining.
Damn, this shit is shameful as could be. This simping has got to stop. If I get out one of these hoes, I literally send him a message that says, like, you want to come to the beach and get railed. And I never friend him, and I never liked him. None of that. Just a direct message on Instagram. You want to get railed or not? That's about it. Ain't no eating a ham and cheese toastie for nothing.
Hi, I'm Ashley, and this is going to be how to change a tire. I'm just kidding. I'm not Ashley. I don't know anything about cars. But for 50% off, you can see my clip.
Absolutely worthless.
Refresh your space with a mid-century makeover at Ashley. From rich, solid woods to velvet-like textures, you can find timeless style.
I don't know anything about cars. But for 50% off, you can see my clip.
Absolutely worthless. All right, y'all, let's see what I got for you today. You know, in the battle of egos,
Good show. You always see women doing this. You haven't seen this video, but the only people I see doing this is women. Watch this.
This lady right here blocking the parking spot. We're trying to get into the parking spot, and this lady right here blocking the parking spot. You know?
Look, she's taking video. Like he's the idiot. That is, I don't understand why people did this. It's always women doing it. I remember my wife said, "Can I go for store? Go over and start." I said, "You ain't making a fool out of me." I'm like, "Yeah." See, my wife said, "Hey, can you run around my sister? Hold the park spot." I said, "No, you do it." I'm not doing that. Some dude looking for a park spot, looking, and do you right there standing? Hey, I'm holding it for somebody. No, you ain't. But you know what? Women get away with this. Like, it's hard. A lot of people are like, you know, before when they see a woman doing this, and what I'm trying to say is, you see a woman, a lot of people don't want to say anything. But if you see a man out there, it's a man. What are you doing, dude? What kind of man does this? To see a woman doing this, you out here standing here holding a parking spot? What kind of man are you? Yeah, let's watch the rest of this.
Acting like a vehicle. Look at her. And she's claiming that we're trying to hit her.
You are. Yes, you are.
She's not a vehicle.
If you stay there, they're trying to hit you. Yeah, you can't do that. Women, police officers can do this, but a crossing guard can do this. At the crosswalk, yeah. You can't do this for a parking spot. Yeah.
You're not here though. Look at her. Look, she wants to go viral.
You gonna call the police. What the cops gonna do? They said she's holding the parking spot. If you don't move, I'm taking you to jail. What's the penal code? I'll figure something out.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. She's claiming that I want to hit her. You know?
You're just trying to park.
It's okay. Yeah, but she can't do that. She's saying that I want to...
Your mom can't stand in the middle of a parking spot when someone's trying to park. She said she can stand anywhere she wants. Do that on the freeway. Hey, Kevin, she said her mom has bad knees. Is this the mom? Yeah, probably. She said her mom's got bad knees. Well, go park in a handicap spot.
Hi,
well, you probably don't have a handicap.
Could you please not fair.
One of your police officer friends
Yeah, please.
the parking lot by Bleedales, please?
Please.
I'm standing in the parking lot.
Yeah.
The man just tried to hit me with his car.
No, that's not true. We have a dash cam. We have a dash cam.
Turned it on after.
No, it's on.
It's on right now. Oh, I can be recorded. He tried to hit me.
No, no one tried to hit you.
Ain't nobody trying to hit you. You're trying to park, and you're in the way. Those are definitely Biden supporters. I know they voted for Kamala Harris.
You're blocking the parking lot.
I can stand anywhere I want in the
Why are you
public parking
screaming?
lot. Because
You can stay anywhere you want in a public parking lot. She's confusing public parking lot with a public sidewalk. There's a real difference between men and women. Yeah. Now, founding fathers do it.
You want to this stuff, you freaking car?
No.
We're not moving. We'll be here all day. I swear to God, my
Look, we're gonna move it. Yeah, we're gonna move it, but you're gonna go viral though. Because you don't even know what we got. Yeah, you're going viral.
Someone's filming me? I was like, I'm sorry. And
You're going viral. No, you are. Look.
They call him a Karen. That is crazy. Yeah, that's filing a false police report. Yeah. And you claiming somebody tried to hit you? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We're gonna move.
What?
We're moving. The next Karen going live.
Why would he move? Because he's a better man than me. He's a better. No, you stand your ground on this.
Yeah, all the way.
You stand your ground. Yeah? Because if you don't stand your ground, this emboldens these people. You can't let these people win. You're a man.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but you can't let these women win. You can't sink to that level, though. Yes, I can. No, you can't, man. You can't stick to these people's level. No, I'm gonna. This is my parking spot. I'm waiting for the cops. I gotta stand my ground. Kevin, this is why society's messed up. People fold to these people. Yeah, man. I agree. So you're telling me, if that was you, I know you wouldn't have left. You got to cuss the woman out. Get the. You wouldn't have left. You ain't nobody, but it's not about being a better person. You gotta stand your ground. You know what? You're right. I don't think I would have left. I know you would have did something. I think you would have got arrested. Because you would have got this car and got up in the face and it would have turned physical. I ain't gonna take no woman. Hey, Keeper, this doesn't have to be your hill to die on, though. You know? What you say? This ain't my hill to down. Yeah. No, it is my hill to down. Hey, Kevin, this is how society crumbles. When you fold to people like this. Yeah, that's true. It's first come, first serve for cars, not people. Right. I know I'm right. I'm about what told me to do this. Hey, get on the car before the car gets. I said, I ain't doing that. You ain't making a fool out of me, woman. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you want your pockets up so bad, let's switch. I'll drive, you stand over there. No, just forget about it. I said, yeah, I know. Yeah, let's try to make a fool out of me.
Yeah. I'm gonna just do it because I don't want problems, babe.
You don't want problems? Look, and she's mocking him. Yeah, what do you expect from an immigrant? He's an immigrant. They don't stand for nothing. They abandoned the last country here for a handout. Look, they don't stand for nothing. He's probably an American. You know what? You're right, Keith. No, that dude's accent. Yeah, dude just got here. Hey, Keith, that's right, man. You stand your ground with these people. Yeah, marking him as he go. Yeah, look, watch this.
Do it because I don't want problems, babe. Yeah.
So sad.
Next Karen.
She's not gonna respect you.
Going live. Bye, Karen.
Oh, come on, man. Yeah, he disappointed me.
Oh, you suck ass.
Dude, she is mocking. She's laughing at you. Yeah.
Loser.
You know what? He needs to go back where he came from. He's not a real American citizen. Real American citizen was stood his ground, went to the cops, got down. He'd have blew about an hour or two, but hey, it's all about setting the precedence with these people. You know what? I'm more upset at him than I am her. Yeah. She's the woman, she can't help herself. Woman, you know what? All these prisons are locked up with dudes over women like that. Yeah. Yeah, women be, how many men end up losing their lives over women? Yeah. You know? Remember that one woman got you in trouble? Oh, my wife got me in trouble. Yeah, your wife got you in trouble at the movie theater? Yeah, got me punched in the face. Yeah. Hey, fellas, man. Don't let these women get you in any trouble. No, but he should have stayed. Yeah, he should. I would have waited for the cops to get there. I want to see what the cops' response is. They're gonna be Silver trying to DS. They're gonna tell her to move. Yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do. But it never gets that far. He should have stayed. Yeah, he should have stayed. Should have stayed there, let the cops show up. And she's filing a false police report. No, he could have did. He should have stayed, or he kept inching forward, inch by inch, inch by inch. Just take a little. Yeah, be like this. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go another inch, and another inch. Then before you know it, you got your whole car in the park. He should have did it inch by inch, slowly. Got another inch. Yeah, I'll take some couple more inches. I'm finna slam it all in there.
Here's one mistake that you should avoid when you're trying to sell your home. Don't just go with the first agent that you speak with, and definitely interview multiple agents. And one way we simplify this process for you is that you can go to realtor.com and get free agent proposals, which is basically their resume. Here are some examples of what the agent proposals look like.
In 1983, a unique animated feature film produced by the Canadian studio Nelvana was given a limited theatrical release. That film was the legendary cult classic, Rock and Rule, an animated rock opera with themes of sci-fi, fantasy, and horror. It featured the vocal talents of several major musicians, including Debbie Harry, Robin Zander, Lou Reed, Iggy Pop, and Maurice White. This imaginative film follows the exploits of Angel, Omar, and their rock band as they struggle to get their music out while dealing with a megalomaniac rock icon named Mock Swagger. 2 guesses on who they based this character on. Mock hears Angel performing one night and realizes that her voice is the key to releasing an ancient evil into the world to do his bidding. One unique aspect of the film is that the characters appear to be the evolved descendants of dogs, cats, and rodents in some kind of futuristic post-apocalyptic version of Earth. The music and
The brothers say God made man in his image. He tried to make the women. They were supposed to be our helper, but they started believing in themselves and getting BBL.
Mr. A. Fox, please come to the stand. Why in the hell are you getting a BBL at 60 years old?
Baby girl, you can't have a size 50 and 15-inch legs, right? Like the hamstring and the quadriceps don't match the hips. These BBLs killing y'all, and the thighs don't match. Looking like an albino ant. Do they even make Depends this size? You gotta just think about the mindset to get a BBL at 60 years.
Yeah, got a damn good show. Man, so this pimp went to church, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a pimp. He looked like a pimp.
Yeah.
Oh, he looked like one. Yeah. Y'all look like that.
Hey, don't nobody, right, don't nobody walk as smooth as him, man.
Who wears a whole white suit? Right. You would.
Don't nobody wear, when you come in the church, the Catholic church, you gotta take off your hat.
Yeah.
The red flag is all over him.
Man, you don't have to when you're a pimp.
Right.
You black and you wearing a hat. That's all kind of.
That's a party outfit.
Slow to the altar. He
Right.
still had his hat on, and nobody touched. I was like, I don't know. Catholic church, I don't.
Right.
That's out of place. Okay.
Hey, something about to happen now. When you see a black dude looking at you like this, then you look alligator eyes. Yeah, he's meant to do. He's acting like he ain't looking at you. But he's looking at you. And he's getting ready to make his move. But watch this crazy video.
The alligator eyes.
Blue Chew? Blue Chew! I know what you're doing.
If you don't know what Blue Chew is a telehealth service that provides easy and affordable access.
But watch this crazy video.
The alligator eyes.
Well, the big question today is what possessed a man to walk up to an altar in the middle of Mass in front of about 100 people and punch a bishop in the face? It is as puzzling as it is disturbing. The parishioners say the violence will not shake their faith. Bishop Manuel Cruz were cut short Saturday.
Look at him.
Dressed in a coat with matching hat sauntered to the altar.
So I went out and said, officer, stop him. But I couldn't scream. I wanted to scream, Bishop, drop your, slow down. But I couldn't. I was just too rapid. He meant that.
Police officers were also patrolling and immediately arrested Charles Miller, who's now charged with assault. Miller is known throughout the neighborhood and showed up about a half an hour early to Saturday's mass, driving a pink Cadillac.
Come on, man. Yeah. You definitely a pimp, man. Oh, come on.
That's real life Pinky.
Right, man. Pinky. That is Pinky. Yeah.
That dude's fade is clean as hell. He got a tight fade on him. Yeah, he's definitely pimp woman. So, dude, that's just, man. The first thing that popped in my mind, I was like, maybe when it was a small child, this priest did.
Right.
That's what I was thinking.
But during mass,
see that dude holding the whatever, he's like, hold up.
the little boy, the little boy,
yeah, he like, hold up. And literally like 5 seconds later, he do that dip with that shoulder. He dip that shoulder down. You know, watch that shoulder dip.
He did that gold former.
As soon as he dipped that shoulder down, that was it. Hold on, let me get it back. There we go.
With matching hats,
That shoulder dip.
I'm sure he had a great stance too. Cause
Hey, why did he do it? Did you know why?
I'm telling you, the bishop, them bishops would be dirty.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's a regular to one of his chicks. Yeah. And probably something went down. Didn't pay.
Well, if that's the case, he got all kinds of street cred now.
Oh, man.
None of these bitches ain't gonna pay. He
said, you know what I did to the bishop, right? You better pay me, woman.
Here you go. Here's that. Hey, didn't they come out? Remember, who is that? I think he's in as a rapper. They came out with a song, going back like it was a dance. Like you just got hit. Mm-hmm. What's that song? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Damn, nah. It's like a dance you got hit.
What's his name?
He was making fun of somebody?
No, it was actual rap songs. I think he went to jail. He said, "Do the Tyson." Do the Tyson.
There was a dance called the Tyson.
Yeah, it's Smurder, whatever his name was. Oh, that dude that went to jail.
Not Bobby Smurder.
Yeah.
He got a dance called Do the.
I could have swore he had something like that. It was just out in the public dancing. That bishop was doing that dance. Y'all don't remember that? You talking about that dude 2 weeks ago. He said, a week ago.
Yeah, that's Bobby Smurder. That's hilarious. Now I gotta look that up. Damn.
Yeah, he said what was the song a week ago? What's it called?
Yeah, but
well, you can't say that, but it's hot end.
Yeah,
the hot. That's the hot ninja.
Yeah, they throw the hat up and they like the week ago.
They was doing that like. Jesus doing like that. They're making a dance.
Don't find out his ear be in the streets, man.
I thought my soul that I was like, man, that is.
You wake up and find yourself in the high altitude. Living in the high altitude, the following are the rules you should abide by. First and foremost,
woo, it's a beautiful day to do these reactions. Now look, I'm gonna just leave it right here.
Okay, how you get my house? Oh, you let me.
But with that being said, don't forget to hit the like button, man. Short-term memory loss is a real thing. Now look, old girl finna make another appearance. If you haven't already seen this video, go watch that video. This is the prequel.
Come here. You want to see me in a dress one time? Just one time? Just one time. All right. Let's go. We bring the material over. So we got 2 options today. You can do her right here. She moves sexy. She drops down a lot in the chesticle area. A little foo-foo on the side.
Now look, after watching this video, the only thing I'm gonna say is this. I don't care what kind of woman she is, at the end of the day, if they start getting attention, it go to their head, bro. I don't care. She like that attention, man. Come on back over to the side. You know you won't be on now. You ain't gotta sneak around and all that. Everybody can see, bro. You want to come back over here.
Yeah, I gave the nigga some bad news, and he blew a fuse when I told him that his motherfucking woman was up under some new motherfucking rule. Now we can goddamn do this shit like gentlemen, or we can get gangster with this motherfucking shit. It's your motherfucking move, nigga.
Okay. Hey, bro, if a nigga ever call my phone, you can have that bitch. But on this nigga, dog, real talk, bro, why would you call a man in the first place to start some shit? Now, if the nigga knock you off, you would be looking crazy, because some dudes ain't going.
This dumbass big wig ass, hold on, shot my shit up. Cause I like the big post.
Psycho, huh? She must be worse than Left Eye from TLC or something.
Yeah, I knew it was something. She was like, I don't play by my feelings, bitch. Fuck you. I ain't gonna fuck that. I hate you, though.
Damn, my G, you might want to have your head on the swivel. What if she come back to finish the job? You ever thought about that before?
So shitty ass eyebrows for me. Dude, your boyfriend died in a car accident. Dude, why the fuck would you say that?
Don't want no shit.
Like, cause you keep on picking on me like I'm over. Okay, but it's not good to mention him. Like, he fucking died. Do you understand that? That's not a joke, Alyssa. No, he probably did it just to get away from you. I swear, like, that's how fucking annoying you're getting, Stephanie. Like, you are fucking getting on my nerves. You know what? Our friendship is so fucking toxic. Okay, well, I don't want to be your friend any fucking way.
Hey, bro, I don't care what nobody say. Women take shit for it, bro. They cut you deep, man. You know, that's why your mama was on drugs and she used to sell your sister to buy crack.
The pronouns are they, them. Or at least that's what I share with people most often. But for this particular meeting, I will come out fully as saying that my pronouns are she, they, him.
We're truly living in the age of the absurd. What can one say?
Hey, man, listen, I'm never going to call anybody any of that. And I'm going to tell you why. If that's what they want to be called, they don't need to be in my life and I don't want to be around them. I would do everything in my power to not be around them. It's that simple. I'm not playing them games.
I don't know if you've noticed, but most of the curbs are gray, but some of them do have black on them. The reason for that actually dates way back to 1920, when the United States passed a constitutional law allowing women the right to vote, thus allowing them to drive.
Son of a Hey man, that's a strong dude right there, bro. I know he's strong. I had my little girl on my shoulder, bro. She probably weighed 65 pounds at max, man, and my shit was hurting. I know he going through it.
How big is she? Well, I guess.
That's not discrimination. That's like
For being fat?
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Like protected class. So they could get sued if they didn't let her in because she's black. That would be racial discrimination. But if she's big, being big is not protected class. So it's like your race, religion, gender, that kind of thing. They don't have to give you a ride. Yes, exactly. No, it just seems like a money grab and some attempt at getting some sort of attention. She doesn't have a car. She should walk.
Hey, look, somebody in the comments said, if she get on the scale, it says arrow, one at a time, please. That's crazy, bro. If you know, you know.
Just for some context, my mom had knockers growing up. When I was a child, she had some tig old bitties. Huge. And I have 2 other siblings. And after each child, they just kept getting bigger and bigger. Right? Fair. Love that for her. She didn't love that for her back. Gotta brush it up. I wore this top today. You know, I used to be tiny. I used to have no boobs until college. I gained a bunch of weight, and now I have a chest. I was driving around on the phone FaceTiming her. She said, Olivia, your boobs are huge. I said,
Did I ever see a mysterious package?
Oh, it's the circle water bottle.
As soon as I saw Anna Devine's.
I beg your pardon? I'm wearing a double D. She said, you're not a fucking double D. I said, okay, well, that's the bra I've been wearing. She said, no, go get sized. I said, why? I know I'm not a double J. She said, no, you are. I said, you know what? I went to brunch. I had a couple of mimosas. Now I'm out here proving a point. So I thought I'd bring y'all along and let you know the verdict after I get my titty sucked. So I'll let you know. Some jokes on her because I'm not a double J. I'm an H. So she was wrong. And these bras were expensive.
Hey, bro, there's some shit that only a mom and a daughter could do. Because imagine if it was the other way around. A dad telling, hey, bro, you know your shit bigger than mine. Huh? What the fuck? Hey, dog.
I'll never forget when I realized my ex was Mr. Bitches, because there was no way. He was pulling girls left and right. I'm a catch. I mean, I went through this man's phone one time and was flabbergasted. He was giving bare minimum to half of the girlies, and they was still trying to drop their draws.
I'm a big player. I'm a big Dundada in the States, bro.
I'm like, never did I realize he was this fine. News to me. I'll never forget, there was one girl in there that was DMing him, and she was talking about she wanted to cook and clean for him.
And he called.
Keep in mind, she had never met him. She was talking about meeting up for the first time, talking cooking and cleaning. Huh? Then she added on top of that, she'll buy the groceries.
She don't know what you. Oh, that's wifey right there.
There's just no way. There's absolutely no way. If that's what y'all are doing, take my man. I don't even want him. I don't even want. Take him, please.
Say, look, I'm a sex symbol, and any woman that deal with me don't know that, bro. Like, other women want me.
No, you're so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
My question is, you sit up there reading about all the girls, what you did? I'd have been like, head on a swivel.
It's whatever, bro. We can swallow, we can eat. I mean, remember? I'm sorry to wait, bro. So, I ain't sitting there, no, so hard. It's really, I'm scared of something. You don't cut shit up. You cool and shit, but.
Oh, shit. They done got this man started, bro.
Shake it, bro. Count it. I'm stopped. So if you're going to make a shake, you're going to be friends that will live each other. That's good. Grab the honey things up. I don't like that shit early, bro. That shit.
Hey, you better fucking win. You better fucking win, because this shit that's what happens to me.
That's what we doing? That's what we doing?
Hey, bro, something really wrong with dude. I'm serious. Something really wrong with that dude. That boy gone become. He that nigga in the classroom that's, you know, the crash out.
Why get a divorce after 25 years of marriage? The short answer is because it is not too late to be happy. And I finally got to a point at the beginning of the year where I decided that it wasn't too late to be happy. I still have, hopefully, many more years left, and I would like to be happy for those years. I'm just not strong enough to fight this fight by myself. I don't know what to do.
The show goes on!
Hey, bro, I don't know y'all like that, and everybody come from different walks of life, but I can assure you that was the ending we all hoped for.
They don't like to be approached at the gym just because it is my safe place.
One thing I do at my office in London is we actually have a safe place for men in our office where women aren't permitted to talk in our meetings. I mean, it's just a nice place for men that they can feel comfortable to discuss ideas and solve problems without women interrupting. And it's really spiked our productivity in the last quarter by probably 50%.
Do you have a space like that for women? Where men aren't allowed to talk?
So we have the conference room. Women usually have the women's bathroom. They could get there. That's the beauty of it. Yeah. Well, cleaning supplies are there at our office. The women can help out with cleaning.
He said they had a meeting in the bathroom, so that's where the cleaning supplies and that's Did y'all catch the part when he said productivity is spiked by 53%?
After hearing that story time, I really see why divorce is at an all-time high. So this man, his name is Zach. It's Zach's birthday, and all he wanted was some pizza for his birthday. The pizza place was 4 hours away. So he like, okay, let's make a weekend out of it. We could just drive up there and enjoy the weekend and the pizza. They drove up there, cool. But by the time they got there, they was tired and it was late, so they just got fast food. The next day, though, they went to like some amusement park or something, did everything the kids wanted to do. And then his wife, Haley, this lady.
You said it right. You said it right.
She had the bright idea, let's go eat to Paula Dean's restaurant. Zach took her to Paula Dean's restaurant, and after that, she's like, you know what? I'm too full. I don't think I could handle any pizza.
Made that shit about her.
The whole damn reason why they came up there. So they went home, passed the damn pizza restaurant on the way home, and never stopped to get that man a slice of pizza for his birthday. And the icing on the cake, when they got home, she's like, you know what? I really could have went for that pizza, but I just didn't want to say anything. And while he's telling this story time, you just hear her laughing, cackling like a hyena in the background.
Man, hell nah, get my blade.
I don't see nothing funny, Mama. Like, I really hate when y'all make me do this. I hate when y'all make me be on the man's side. But some of y'all just don't have it up here. It's not, what they say, common sense is not common. You could have got that man a slice of pizza. He ain't come to you asking for no F-150 or no motorcycle, nothing like that. He said, can I have a slice of pizza? And what did you do? Go to Paula Dean's. And he just seemed like such a sweet little man. Like, he would do anything for this woman. Girl, you better go drive to wherever y'all just came from. Go get that man a box of pizza, not a slice of pizza. Because that was messed up.
Hell no, you being easy on. I feel like she need to go get the flour, the eggs, and make it from scratch. Then she need to make her own pepperoni, grow the pepper.
I'm not going school. You are going school. I'm not going. What do you mean you are? No, I am not. You are. No, I'm not. Why you smash your bag off? I dare you. I will. I dare you. Look at Alice. Miley, look. Oh my God. No, I'm not going school. You naughty. I don't care. No, let me clean that up. No, okay? 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 I don't care. This is your fault for trying to send me to that stairwell. I'm going to rebuke you more. All your husband is on the floor. I want the money. I want your phone. Daddy, you're not happy. You're having no pocket money, no money. You're not happy? You're having absolutely I don't care. And you're brown. I'll just take your card off. Yeah. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care.
Said, bro, I be shooting pool with some white boys, man. We be arguing down, bro. I be telling them, man, y'all kids out of control, dog. What about y'all kids? They robbing and stealing and shit, man. That's this much of them, bro. Like, literally. The rest of them are well behaved when you see them out. Y'all kids, on the other hand, nigga, out of control. They be mad at me, bro. said the safest place for women is in the kitchen. That's some crazy shit.
The cops are trying to arrest me. Kayla, we're trying to arrest you. Kayla, can we sit over here, please? No! Kayla.
Get here now, please!
We just have to conduct an accident investigation, okay?
Get here now!
This could be solved very fast.
I didn't do anything. I didn't
You're
do
not
anything.
speeding. Kayla, get out of the street. Get out of the street.
I'm in front of my cars. My life is over.
Hey man, one of my biggest fears is a white woman screaming, hollering, crying, acting like I'm doing her something, but I ain't even touching her, even interacting with her, but the police believe her. That's my worst fear in the world. The only fear bigger than that is like when I used to work, I used to go in people's houses, like, damn, what if I threw something down on the ground and then this lady pop up dead? Now I'm a primary suspect just because I had to go do a job in the house. Like, it just be shit like that.
Somebody robbed me of my weed, and I'm asking if it was you or you or you. Dennis, stop looking. It was him.
I did not take it. I did not. Stop! 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 Stop!
I literally feel it. I literally feel it.
Where'd they get it? They get it.
Where is it?
Stop! Stop! I don't have it!
I'm not gonna.
I don't have it! Stop!
We never do.
Yes, I don't buy it. I don't have it though! I don't have it! No, I don't fucking know.
Oh, it's a beautiful day to do these reactions. Now, look, I know y'all like to hit the scenery with the devil's greenery. You see what I'm saying? But please remember to hit the like button.
Yeah, I can meet you. Can I meet you? Yeah. What? You from here?
Huh?
You from here?
I am from here.
You hiding from me?
I'm trying to maybe y'all like.
I've been here for a minute.
I was just saying not from because I'm born and raised here.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay, then, OG.
We'll switch numbers.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'll be 23 next month. We'll switch numbers.
Good girl. I mean,
I like your flag.
oh, yeah. My name is Dad. My name is Gavin.
I was say your real name, last name was say. Yeah,
I like that.
I'm gonna text you.
Okay. No, hear me out. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to.
Dog, never in my life have I been this mad and happy with a nigga at the same time. Dog, I'm a ass nigga until I find out what she look like in regular female clothes. For real.
Chair workout plan for 50 plus. We start on Monday, March 17th.
If you haven't exercised in years, start small in regular female clothes. For real.
Okay, you say you look good, so what if I say we can go out, but I come dressed like this?
What's wrong with that? You talking to me right goddamn now, stop playing. Okay, play back. Look at them thighs flicking off that aroma. Okay, stud boxes smell different, I promise you they do. After you touch that, you gotta save the flavor like this.
Well, I've been there.
Stop playing. Stop playing my studs queen, my initial babies. You had the night the queen, Michigan right here. Stop playing. You stupid. You know you stupid, okay? You a red bone and stuff. Okay, you double dangerous. Alright? I got my heart broke by a red bone over. I ain't recovered yet.
Hey, my man.
Yeah.
Can you please get off the fish?
This is for love, brother. Please give me a second. Listen up. Look at that spot right there. That's when you get up under there. You gotta flush your whole radiator, okay? You gotta go ahead to leak.
My man.
Yeah.
Can you at least put some clothes on?
Sorry.
In the gate. Boy, phone that bit, right?
Dude really crazy, but every last one of y'all watching this on God's green earth, don't even lie to me, bro. Man, you a hitter, crazy ass nigga.
Betty.
Fetty. Okay. Why they call you Fetty? What? Like, why you call yourself Fetty?
Actually, a old manager gave me that nickname, and it's just been stuck with me ever since.
So old manager, like they just seen you with a drip, like you could tell you like you dripping, like you go to work. I see.
They use words, so I guess he just called it fit.
Yeah, I see you got on the. You feel me? The woo 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 woo. All right. So like what you describe yourself like a stud, a diet, or?
I don't really put labels on me. I'm masculine presenting, yes, but I'm also feminine. So I guess I don't know. I don't have no title.
Oh, that's cool. So I could give you a title though, right? You feel me?
I mean, it don't depend on what you're trying to get for.
It's only 3 letters. You feel me? Say B.
B.
A.
A.
E.
E.
B. Yeah. You feel me? Yeah. Cause I ain't gonna. Yeah, it's the smile for me. It's the nose ring. You feel me? The skin.
Say, bro, somebody in the comments said they call her Fetty because she got that wop, that wet ass. You know what? I'm like, I ain't about to say that. I made that up, y'all. But what if it's true?
Hey, let me get your phone number so we can, some girls together.
Alright.
Bet.
You got them? Because I know.
What's your phone number? No, real. I'm providing. We're gonna smash them together.
Take the
It's
call.
my fantasy.
Okay, now I think you gay. I don't give a fuck who you is or how you feel about it. I think you gay.
Where you live? Where you from?
I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, we got a dude upstairs from Kansas City. You be repping that shit hella hard. I'm like, it's like,
Yep. Cheese.
yeah. Ain't y'all going to the Super Bowl or some shit?
Yep.
You betting on that shit? You about to
Yep. I'm bad.
Damn.
I'm slamming the Chiefs.
You live in Atlanta?
We gotta live out here. Hit me up.
What you do?
I'm a photographer.
For real?
Take photos and videos and stuff like that.
If you got a missed call from me, just text me on IG so I can check.
All right. What's your name? Taylor. All right. Bet. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna tap in.
All right.
Yeah. Like she said, bet.
That's funny as hell.
Hey, I'm gonna pick up stuff, bro.
Hey, bro, y'all some freaky ass niggas, dog. She didn't even catch that part when we was like, man, we can hit bitches together.
I'm providing. We gonna smash them together.
Lord, hey, he slick with his, bro. He slick. He cold.
You know, I heard somebody on the sideline saying, we remind him of Lover. Basketball. You
That's crazy. Glasses is mad expensive too. You done tore them shits up. You gotta take them off. How you fall? See, that's how we know we get. You done fell asleep with your glasses on. Good thing you're not a smoker. You gonna punch your whole apartment on fire.
I'm a big player. I'm a big Dundada in the state, bro.
Duke been on the generational run right now. He got the juice so much so he turning stud straight, dog. That's crazy, man.
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you, but where you get that?
Get what?
Oh, that beautiful smile of yours. Can't lie, you're very gorgeous.
Thank you.
What's your name? Margaret?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my name is Hughie.
Nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
you out here shopping though?
Yeah.
Is there any way I get your number?
I don't play friends.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, we can't be friends though? Hey. Take it easy. She got that. Yeah, get yeah. My shit better fuck.
Check this out, man. When you're shooting your shot at some of these women, dog, you gotta catch them with something slick just to break the ice. Let's say you at Target or Walmart. You walk up to the basket and you don't even introduce yourself. You'll be like, damn, all junk food in there. That means we gotta eat out all the time. That's crazy.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb.
You niggas gotta be stopped. Something gotta give, man. It's getting real slippery. Hey, I'm somebody's child. I'm sick of seeing it, man. Real talk.
Whore? You know what I'm saying?
Boy, if you don't get... Put some plastic down there, bro. For real.
So what you saying?
If you have money, you gotta spend money on girls. If you want an upper echelon type of girl, you have to spend money.
You know who you are. You know what you're up to.
Enough. Nothing crazy, but you gotta take the girl shopping. You gotta be like, yo, I was thinking about you. I bought you a Chanel bag or a Birkin. I just think Chanel bag is fine. Early on is fine.
You know, Birkins, they started like 12, 15, ever?
Chanel bags do too, though. Chanel bags are up there as well. Shannon, now you got it. Don't sit here and act like that. Don't be cheap. Girls don't like that. You gotta spend that money.
Man, I might have to put 2 ends in Chanel.
You gonna get it from what's that website? The Temu or Alibaba.
I mean, she ain't lying, bro, but I want to see what she mean by upper echelon. Upper echelon don't mean good woman. That just mean a woman that's high maintenance, bro. That's what that means before you go out there running and spend your money. Nah, bro, y'all dudes that be buying them old police cars, y'all be blowing it, bro, for real, son. Cause why is y'all playing with people's blood pressure?
Where did you pick up this tramp, Quinn? Her underwear has nasty holes.
Quinn was...
All I know is if your freaky ass do that, she gonna be turned on and it's gonna be 100% chance of rain. Believe that.
I'm gonna keep it warm. I don't care what drinks I mean, just order enough. Order enough. feed my
Oh, shit, like that.
I beg your pardon. I don't even drink lemon drops, dog. That's crazy. So they say anything on the internet, bro.
This is a 43-year-old face. Look at the eyes. Seen a lot. Here's a 23-year-old face. Look at all the hopes and dreams still left.
Hey, yeah, you look like she in a good space, man. She look happy, bro. She look chipper. Definitely very lively. Pupil area, bro. I'm gonna just say that. But that mustache, bro, listen, I don't trust no man with that mustache, dog. I just don't. I seen too many movies, bro. Life is all about risk, man. Every time you leave your house, you risk not ever making it back home, bro. Don't be scared. Enjoy your turn, man. For real.
Everybody's grown, but are you by a full set of tires grown? Right. It's grown people out here. Buy a full set of tires grown. They go into the tire corral. Scratch that. They don't even go into the tire corral because they're not interested in having a tire plugged when moving from the back to the front and then having a Tonka toy wheel brought in and then a John Deere lawnmower tire put on and then a Krispy Kreme donut put in the back to tie me over until my next payday. No, they're not here for that. They going into the tire place to make the tires and they asking for a set and a warranty. A warranty? Where you working? Right, I know you done bought a rug before in your life, and not the kind that were rolled up at the Dollar General, at Family Dollar. You bought one that was hanging up like a portrait, an heirloom rug. You grown. Where you working? Put me on right quick. I'm trying to get up there with you. Yeah.
Hey, bro, she definitely gonna think I'm grown. If that's the case, about 6-7 months ago, I bought a rental property and I had to spend $12,500 on a goddamn AC installation. Real talk, it was it's a duplex. So yeah, I'm grown.
Hey, hot stuff. You're looking darn handsome today and every day because you're the most handsome hot stuff guy in town.
I'm slightly intrigued by her approach. It wasn't perfect, but it shows that she's putting up effort and she's coachable. And that's important when you're trying to develop talent.
Right, so far.
Chill.
And let's get closer at least, so you be comfortable together. Let's get closer.
Chill. Real. Too hot for that.
What you mean it's too hot? I got the AC on.
She need my wearing sweats.
Okay, gonna get the kids at least? A real one?
You sick. Like, for real. You sick. I ain't trying to get sick.
I haven't been sick literally like 3 days.
Alright, babe. Well, it was cool before. It's not cool now. I ain't trying to have no sick days.
Hey, dog, that's that stage you'll be in when you just sick of her shit, bro. Like, maybe you've been doing a lot and she ain't been reciprocating and you find
once you either fall off or she simply gets tired of you, she's gonna be done with you. She has nothing invested in you. You just came in her life and just wanted to take care of her. Simply because she's a pretty woman. Just that simple. Me, in the stage I am in my life right now, I'm married. My wife earned me wanting to take care of her and pay all the bills, and she don't have a financial worry. When me and my wife first started living together, it was 50-50. Now it's 100% on me, and I'm cool with that. Story time. I remember it wasn't my first car, but to me it was my first car because I paid so much money for it and it was like one of the best cars I ever had. I bought me a Grand Prix and I paid like $8,000-9,000 for it, which really wasn't worth that, but it was a car enough, so you're gonna pay more for it. So I was working at this job and I was leaving this job And my brother no longer had a ride to the job, but I had the Grand Prix, and then I had recently bought me a Charger. So I'm like, look, bro, you can have this car, but you got to pay me for it. I overpaid for it, but you pay me $1,200, you pay me $100 a week, and it's yours. He's like, all right, cool. He got up to like $400, maybe $500. He ended up losing his job. I'm like, hey, bro, you can have it. You can have a car. You ain't got no job anymore. You can have a car. You ain't got the money to pay me. It's cool. You know, you're going to bounce back. You'll find another job. Maybe a month or two later, he gave that car to our older sister for her to pay his phone bill for 6 months. He had nothing invested in that car. I was sick, like, bro, that was my car. Even though I gave it to him, like, that was my car. I had something invested in it. I had my time, my money, all the maintenance I did into that car. He didn't. He could care less. He was like, forget it. For a phone bill, $50 phone bill for 6 months. If they didn't earn it, they're not going to care about it. I was paying on that car for like 3 or 4 years and didn't miss a payment, nothing, wasn't late ever. If they did not earn it, they will not care about it. And I don't care who this is, man, woman, kid, if they don't earn it, they will not care about it.
Yeah, bro, I was very observant as a child, bro. You know, I noticed all the spoiled kids that had things, they didn't treat the shit like it was worth nothing, bro. I remember my girlfriend, daddy bought her a car. She drove that car into the ground. I took care of my car because I paid for it myself. Point taken, bro.
The truth of the matter is, most women cannot handle the truth. They always say, you should have just told me. You was never going to... First of all, they be lying when they say you should have just told me. Because even if you tell them, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So, y'all go through phones just to throw tantrums and still don't go nowhere. Y'all put trackers on people's phones and tracking everything they moves and you still don't go nowhere. So it's kind of like women don't really want to face the truth.
Why you think they do that? Like, why you think people like go looking for shit?
Why do I think people looking for stuff?
They're like, go look for shit and don't leave. Like, why you
and don't leave? For women and for men, I just think, I don't know. I don't even want to make it a man or women thing. I think people go looking for things just to kind of maybe get an idea of who they're dealing with. But then also once you get an idea of who you're dealing with, it's now the ball is in your court. You can manipulate the situation. And
in what way?
As far as women go, if a man get caught doing something, she knows that she can, you know, cry and make him kind of like, you know, cater to her. So now you got good gifts coming and, you know, women feed off of that.
Yeah, bro, people do a lot of weird things that I just don't understand, bro. Like, if you gonna go through the phone and find what you're looking for and stay, you're crazy. A lot of women do that. It's wild, man. I know a lot of women that did that. Men do it too, though. I ain't gonna lie. Hope y'all enjoyed the video, man. Listen, don't forget to like it, because y'all know y'all boys like to blow trees, and hit the subscribe button, man. I'll get at y'all on the next one.
Phone charging slowly? Here's why. There's a new charger on the market, and it can extend your smartphone's battery life and...
Oh, it's a beautiful day to do the react.
land seekers, if you're looking for land, guess what? You're in the right spot, because today on this video, I have 43 properties. All are available with owner financing. What does that mean? Well, owner financing is simple. It means that the owner of the land will sell it to you with no background check, no credit check, no banks are required. You can go get a bank loan if you want to, but it's not required. They will do it. They will finance the note for you. And what that means is that instead of dealing with a bank and an institution, you're dealing with the individual owner of the land, as well as you get afforded the ability to buy land that's affordable with reasonable down payments and affordable monthly payments. And so if that's of interest to you, great. We're going to cover that type. Now, I'm Scott from landmodo.com. Landmodo is a land listing platform that connects you directly to the sellers of the land. That way, there's no middleman. It's you and the seller. Easy peasy. And with that, let's jump into 43 properties amongst various states. So hang tight. Let's see what we have available. And our first property tonight is in where? Izzard, Arkansas. That's right, Izzard, Arkansas. Here we have a 0.4 acre property. Cash price on this is $6,300. Zero down. That's not a mistype. That's not a typo. It is zero down. And then $150 a month for 42 months. 42 easy payments, and it's all yours. You can learn more about it at elmodo.ws/309616. Moving on, next property is in Sharp, Sharp, Arkansas, I should say, Arkansas. Acres, it's 0.35 acres, third of an acre essentially. You are close to a lake community, or it might be even in the lake community. Cash price $3,000 with a down payment of $100 and then $100 a month for 40 months. Now, first of all, if you were to go to a bank and they were to finance it, which most banks won't finance loans less than, real estate less than $75,000, they're going to look at this and say, okay, listen, you want to buy something for $3,000, you got to put down 20%. Well, 20% is $600. This is the value of dealing with the owner. They're saying, hey, we can do it for $100 down and $100 a month. So if you want to learn more about this particular property, scan the QR code that you see on the screen, or head over to the short code. Short code is elmodo.ws/273578. Next property is in Apache, Arizona, 1.07 acres. Cash price $7,500 with $150 down, $150 a month, 60 months. Now, you might say, Scott, whoa, wait, hold on a minute. What is this property for? Who's it targeted for? Well, there's various reasons why you might be looking for land. And these are what I call the buckets, the land buying buckets. And when we think about, the different buckets that are out there, really there's four. Bucket number one is you're looking for land that you can, start homesteading right away. And honestly, most of the properties that you're going to see here are just that. You can buy them, probably have to pay cash for them, and you can get it going immediately. Beyond that, though, that's bucket one. Bucket two is you're looking for something for the future. You want to go out into the future, 3 to 5 years, you're planning ahead. You're like, hey, I want to own land. Maybe I live on it, maybe I don't. You're bucket two. Bucket three is recreational purposes. Fishing, camping, all that good stuff. You just want off the grid. That's you. Cool. You buy bucket three. And bucket four is you recognize that they don't make land anymore. And there's a lot of people within the land seeker community that, truck drivers, driving trucks across America, doing whatever, they realize that they don't make land anymore. And land is a good long-term investment. It's a great hedge against inflation. We don't know what's going to happen in the world. We don't know what's going to happen in America, but you still own the land. And that's why people, if you're driving a truck right now listening to this, which some of you might be, if you're driving a truck listening to this, and you're like, hey, look around. Look at all that land that's out there around you. Next time you're driving the interstate, look around. You could own that stuff. Here you go. So this property that we're looking at right here, this one is a great bucket one if you want to be off the grid, ready to move on it. Bucket two, off the grid. Bucket three, recreational purposes, or this one is actually for, as well as bucket four, you're a long-term holder of land. So all four buckets in this case, but it gives you the flexibility. And, is there power there? Probably not.
Can you get solar? Absolutely. Solar technology has come a long way. But if you want to learn more about this property, check it out, elmodo.ws/30986. Staying in Apache, Arizona, 1 acre, cash price $55.44 with $99 down and $99 a month for 55 months. You can learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/309804. Apache, staying in Apache, 1.14 acres, cash price $16,425 with $225 down and $225 a month for 72 months. The QR code's there, or the number is elmodo.ws/310182. Changing counties now. Wash away your worries on land. Yeah, you can wash your worries away. Here we have a 1/4 acre lot, $89.99 with $389 down and $220 a month for 40 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/310068. Navajo, Arizona. Man, I like Navajo. You know why I like Navajo? Well, I like the area. And it also happens to be one of the first areas I bought land in. I bought land in an area that's similar to this. One of the first areas I was buying land in, so that's why I like it. You have a 2.5 acre property, cash price is $6,000. You want to talk about remote? This is a property. This is remote, okay? No one's around you, no neighbors. You can be left alone here. And look, some of you are like, yeah, I want that. So you're like, why? Then it's not for you. And that's okay too, right? You can do whatever. Down payment, $249 down, $249 a month for 36 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/310238. I had a Land Moto customer who bought one of these properties. They bought it out there, just out there in Navajo County. They were just out there, minding their own business. Nobody was bothering them. They had an RV out there. They had their whole setup going on out there. And I was talking to him one day, and he said, "Hey, I hadn't seen anybody coming around me for a while. He goes, here comes this lady. She's bringing her RV out here, bouncing all over the place, like crazy." He said she pulled up. She had the wrong GPS location. She thought she was supposed to be on my lot, but she was supposed to be a couple down. And she's like, so he got her situated. They hit it off. Guess what? They got married. Craziest story. Out in the middle of nowhere, the guy meets.
Most people have no clue that in 2025, there's a hidden law that allows any American to launch their credit scores into the 700s in just...
Craziest story. Out in the middle of nowhere, the guy meets. God sent him a girl. Crazy story. Crazy things happen. Crazy story. So who knows? Maybe if you're looking for, I don't know, if you're looking for a wife, a husband, they might be out there. They might be out there. Go check it out. You never know who you're going to find out or what you're going to find out there. Who knows? All right, changing states. Heading over to California. And here we're going to go to Modoc, California. Here we have a 1.03 acre property. This is in one of my favorite parts of California. Look, say what you want, California, I don't care. Like, I don't get into politics on this channel. I don't like when people do it in the comments. We live in America, and I love America. I was born and raised here. This is my home. I don't like the whatever. We're not going there. However, in Northern California, okay, Northern California, this area is in Northern California, Southern Oregon. Talk about beautiful areas. You have a beautiful area, and look at the price of 1 acre in California, okay? 1 acre, $8,500 with $300 out and $190 a month for 60 months. Check out this property at elmodo.ws/308851. San Bernardino, California. 2.5 acres near 29 Palms. My friend was in the Marines. He was stationed at 29 Palms, 2.5 acres. Cash price $23,776 with $2,000 down and $299 a month for 72 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/289426. Costilla, Colorado. 5 acres in Costilla. Costilla, you're going to see lots of 5 acres.
$7,500 with $199 down and $169 a month for 60 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/310188 Costilla. We're going to be in Costilla for a while, so get comfy. Okay, get comfy. I think we're going to have like 10 to 14 here in Costilla. So be comfortable on your couch or just sit back. Costilla, Southern Colorado, 5.3 acres, $88.50 is the cash price. Can you pay the cash price or do you have to finance it? Yeah, you can pay the cash price. Okay? You don't have to finance it if you don't want to. It's just, available. It's easy because it's $150 down and $150 a month for 58 months. You can learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/307748. 4.78 acres. Cash price $79.89 with $165 down and $163 a month for 48 months. I hit the button too fast. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/30952. Costilla, 5.5 acres. Told you we're gonna have to be here for a while. $6,500 with $250 down and then $170 a month for 65 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/309975. I have to practice on my posture a little bit. Yeah, practicing on the posture. Yes, Costilla, 4.9 acres, $6,900 with $99 down and $147 a month for 60 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/30838. Costilla, 0.44 acres, but that's not true. See, it says 0.44 acres in the description, but up in the headline, it says 4.44 acres. So here we have a cash price of $99.57. That's $957 with $257 down and $157 a month for 72 months. Remember what we talked about? Remember that 20% down? Well, on a $10,000 property, you go to the bank, they're gonna say, hey, how much do we put down on a 20%? How much on a $10,000 loan? 20% is $2,000. What is this seller asking for? Let's bring it back up again. The seller is asking for $257. That is the beauty of working with Landmodo or finding your properties on Landmodo. It's also the beauty of working directly with the sellers. Come on, $257 down, $157 a month. What can you buy for $157 a month? Nothing but land. That's what the answer is. Costilla, 5.3 acres, $8,900 with $400 down and $235 a month for 60 months. You can learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/308063. Here we go. Keep them going. 5.3 acres in Costilla. Ooh, that looks like a drawing out of the Cars animation movie. $199 down and $119 a month for 60 months. elmodo.ws/302758. Costilla, 5 acres. Doesn't that look peaceful? Doesn't that picture look beautiful? If you're listening to this and you can't see it, there's a stream coming down. It's like a river. You have some beautiful trees there in the background. You got some rocks in the foreground. You got some mountains. You got some blue skies. You got some clouds. Yeah, it's peaceful. That's what it sounds like. It's just peaceful. 5 acres, $64.99. Can we just call it $6,500? With $149 down and $149 a month for 60 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/310192. Changing states. We're going to my home state of Florida. You know where I love in Florida besides where I live. You know where else I love? Charlotte County, Florida. Why do I love Charlotte? Man, I've been buying land in Charlotte County, Florida since 2015. Whew. And yeah, it's a beautiful area. The water's close by. You have golf. You have everything you want. You're in between Tampa and Fort Myers/Naples, Fort Myers, Naples area. Beautiful area. Cash price on this one. You see these lots going for $17,950 with $250 down and then $295 a month for 84 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/310227. Citrus County, Florida, 0.16 acres. Cash price $30,000. It's $29,995 with $1,000 down and $481 a month for 84 months. This is a nice buildable lot. Bucket 1, bucket 2. It's not going to be bucket 3. Bucket 3, you're not going to do recreational activities on here. So no bucket 3, but bucket 4. 1, 2, and 4 for this one. Learn more about it by going to elmodo.ws/310072. Citrus County, Florida. And some of you are like, where is Citrus County, Florida? Citrus County is north of Tampa. It's over by Ocala. So north of Tampa is Ocala. Go to the west a little bit. There you go. And this one, you have a quarter-acre lot on a cul-de-sac. It's a buildable lot. You're going to be bucket 1, bucket 2, and bucket 4. No bucket 3 here. No recreational purposes. Quarter-acre, $32,995 with $19.99 down and $470 a month for 96 months. elmodo.ws/310071. Clay County, Florida. That's up near Jacksonville. I like that area too. It's south of Jacksonville, actually. Here you have a 0.42 acre property. Okay, so you have a nice buildable lot. 1, 2, and 4 buckets. $14,995 with $200 down and $274 a month for 72 months. elmodo.ws/310067. Jackson, Florida. That's up in the Panhandle up there. Your dog will love this land. Yeah, 1 acre. I gotta tell you, you don't find too many 1 acre lots in Florida anymore. You just don't. You really don't find 1 acre lots in Florida. They're available, but you just don't see them like this. And to have a cash price of $16,500, this is a good deal. Okay, this is a property that you're gonna want to take a look at. $799 down, $294 a month for 72 months. Property number is elmodo.ws/299139, or you can just scan the QR code. Marion County, Florida. Where's that? Well, that's Ocala, north of Tampa, south of Gainesville, up near the top up there. Acres, 0.43 acres. Cash price, $14,995 with $249 down and $270 a month for 72 months. Scan the QR code, or it's property number 2309398. Putnam, Florida, 0.17 acres. Cash price, $74.99. 0 down. Look, 0 down. Repeat after me. How much down? 0 down. Yeah, we see it. That's 2 in this video. 2 0 downs with $159 a month for 60 months. elmodo.ws/307828. Putnam, another quarter acre lot. Okay, it's 0.22. Cash price $13,828 with $500 down and $245 a month for 65 months. elmodo.ws/309823. There you go. Putnam. Wow, another Putnam. Holy cow, 1.67 acres. We don't see this one either, this size. 1.63 acres, $49,225 with $565 down and then $565 a month for 120 months, 10 years. Okay, that's not bad. This is an interesting deal. It's ag zoned. Yeah, I want to check this one out. You know how I'm going to do it? I'm going to take out my cell phone. I'm going to be like, I don't even have it in here because I don't want to set it going off. I'm going to take out this is my cell phone. I'm going to take it out. I'm going to boop, hit that QR code. I'm just going to punch in the digits I see on the screen. Go over and check it out. Yeah, I think you want to check this one out. I think you want to check them all out. But you definitely want to check this one. All right, Putnam County. Here we go. 0.43 acres. Cash price $19,100 with $300 down and $299 a month for 84 months. elmodo.ws/308128. Yeah, bucket 1, bucket 2. I don't think bucket 3 now. Bucket 4. See, these Florida ones are going to be 1, 2, and 4. That's Florida for you. 1, 2, and 4. But maybe not. Yeah. Forget recreational land in Florida. We don't like to have fun in Florida, man. We go to Disney World for fun. To the beach, play golf. We do other stuff to go to Disney, trust me. All right. Putnam down. What? 63, 149 a month for 72 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/310072. 0132. I'm going to pause here for a second. And one of the questions I get asked frequently is, hey Scott, how does this whole thing work? Well, it's super simple. It really is simple. Here it is. When you find the land that you want, landmodo.com, for example, you find a property that you want, reach out to the seller. There's a green button on every listing that says contact the seller. You contact the seller, they'll send an email. I get it. Maybe you've done it, but when you're dealing with people in these videos here, then these guys, they want to connect with you. So what you're going to do is you're going to send that button, or you can call them. If you're on your email, call them. Talk to them. Ask your questions. Ask away. Ask everything you want to know. Ask them how the process works. Everybody treats it a little bit differently, but generally speaking, the way that it will work is you will make a down payment.
Today's actually a really exciting day because we got to unfold one of these units.
Right work is you will make a down payment. Credit card, debit card, you'll make your down payment. Then you'll get some documents. Typically they're signed through electronic signature. You get the documents. There's 3 documents that you tend to get. I have a guide on Landmodo. It's called the Guide to Land Owner Finance Land. It's in the blog section in there. You can go find it. Or I'll ask the team to put it into the description of this video too if you save this video. You sign 3 documents. Once you sign those documents, then ultimately you're on your road to land ownership. Then you make the payment every month. It's honestly that simple. They make it easy for you. They tend to use similar tools, like they use a tool to do the note collection. Okay, they'll help you. You'll be able to see your balance on there. You'll be able to see, just like a bank, you can see what your loan balance is. It comes down every single month. When the term is over, the contract is fulfilled, that's it. You own the land. That's it. It's super simple. So if you want to learn more about how an individual's land buying process works, and you see a property that you're interested in, like, I don't know, this one for example, you can reach out to them. Ask them how the process works. They're just nice people. There's no reason to be intimidated by them. And guess what? They're not even going to ask you your social security number. They're not going to ask you any of that stuff because it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. That's the beauty of ownership through owner investing. Okay, getting back to the land. Here we have a property in New Mexico, Catron, New Mexico. Never heard of that county. I think that's more of that's a county. I could be wrong. You guys will correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. Acreage is 7.69 acres, 41,865 with $500 down. How much? $500 down. Think about that for a second. You're buying a $41,000 piece of land for $500 down, and then $500 a month for, I think that's a typo. I think it should be like 100 months, not 10 months. So I think that the owner of the land made a data entry error, but I also could be wrong. All right, Luna, New Mexico. Luna, 10 acres. Wow, 10 acres. 11,997 with $249 down and $249 a month for 60 months. Scan the QR code. Learn more about it at elmodo.ws/309765. Luna, 2 acres, $3,900 with $100 down, $110 a month for 42 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/20. Let me do it again. 2 acres, 39. Luna, New Mexico. Luna, 10 acres. Wow, 10 acres. 11,997 with $249 down and $249 a month for 60 months. Scan the QR code. Learn more about it at elmodo.ws/309765. Luna, 2 acres, $3,900 with $100 down, $110 a month for 42 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/20. Let me do it again. 202722. I was just thinking as I was going through that number, it would be interesting to go back to when this channel started. You can go to YouTube and go back to some of the old videos. It'd be interesting to go pull up some of the, Luna or Valencia properties and see what their pricing was. Like a historical perspective of time. It's like one of those, this channel's gonna age like one of those old newspaper advertisements. Whoa, look at how cheap land was back then. Yeah, that's why I'm not taking down the videos. This thing is gonna go into the books of historical land values. That's how great this channel is. Just kidding. All right, Valencia, New Mexico, half acre, $1,499. Man, $1,499 for half an acre. Okay. Recreational, buildable, residential. I think you're checking off all 4 of the boxes. Bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3, bucket 4. All of these are checked. $89 down and $89 a month for 32 months. Learn more about it by going to elmodo.ws/309958. Valencia, weekend escapes made easy on a 1.21 acre property. $4,500 with 100 down, 100 a month for 44 months. elmodo.ws/300421 acres. That's 10 football fields, guys. Come on, 10 acres, $19,479 with $399 down and $265 a month for 72 months. Learn more about it by going to elmodo.ws/310049. Elko, Nevada, 1.13 acres. Cash price $8,000 with 200 down and 200 a month for 60 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/308240. Elko, 1.13 acres. Cash price $6,400 with 180 down and 150 a month for 50 months. elmodo.ws/309912. Lander, New Mexico, 20 acres. Cash price $15,497 with $750 down and $250 a month for 59 months. elmodo.ws/310002. Lander. We don't see a lot of properties in Lander. 20 acres in Lander. That's a rarity, honestly, on this channel. It's not there. Wow, that's all we had. Yeah, that's all we had. 3 properties in Nevada. Okay, cool. Klamath, Oregon, 1.38 acres. Cash price 11.
How big is 10 acres?
10 acres is equivalent to 495,600 square feet.
Show me 10 acres on a map. The average price of 10 acres of land in America?
$10,399 with $225 down and $225 a month for 50 months. Learn more about this one by going to elmodo.ws/303335. Where are we going? I can't read it there. Aransas, never heard of it. Texas. I should have just read the headline. Just said Rockport. Maybe like, okay, that's cool. That looks like a nice little area too, by the way. 0.11 acres. Cash price $29,250.
Los Lunas, New Mexico.
100 down and then 2.
Los Lunas, New Mexico.
honestly, they make it low price affordable. Can you pay more? Sure you can. Is there a prepayment penalty? No. And if you want to change these numbers, talk to them. Make it, you pay a little bit more, pay a little bit more. Get it done faster. WS/309155 Hudspeth, Texas. Man, I'm not going to tell you about the tacos in Hudspeth, Texas, but 80 acres. Yeah, 80. What? 80 acres is only $25,000 with $1,250 down and $288 a month for 120 months. I gotta tell you something. If they're really selling these 80 acres for that price, that's nuts. And the reason it is because I can tell you 20 acres is going for that price, or 20 acres is actually going for $30,000. So I don't understand why this is 4 times the size for that price. Go check this one out, because I don't know, they must not know what they have. I'm not going to tell them. It's between you and I. But this is probably an $80,000. No, it's more than that. It's probably about $100,000 property. Something. Go check the math for me. Go check it out. Elmodo.ws/310054. Jim Wells, Texas. I've never heard of Jim Wells, but okay. 0.32 acres. Cash price. I mean, look at that. You got a big old lake there. You're right across the street from the lake. It'd be nice if you just come down the street and jump in that lake over there. It doesn't look like there's a house on that one. 0.32 acres. Cash price $24,500 with $700 down and then $400 a month for 74 months. Learn more about it by going to elmodo.ws/305612. Polk, Texas. 0.07 acres. Cash price $6,800 with $199 down and $300 a month for 30 months. Learn more about it by going to elmodo.ws/307061. Okay, couple things before we get out of here. Couple things before I let you go. Number one, all of the messages that I received on the video from last week, thank you. You guys are beautiful, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate you showing up, and I appreciate the fact that you commented on, back to YouTube. I love it. One of the comments cracked me up. A few of the comments cracked me up, actually. One of them said, I thought you went to jail. No. Some of them were like, where'd you go? It's a long story, but I needed a break, right? I got the channel to 100,000 people. I'm going to abbreviate this thing. 100,000, that's a lot of work to get there. And I loved every minute of it, but I needed a breather for a minute. And I got it. So we're refreshed. We're ready to go. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Second big thing is we have some land in Tennessee. I didn't talk about it on this video, but if you're looking for 5+ acres in Tennessee, okay, then you want to send an email to sales@landmodo.com. I'll put the email right here, sales@landmodo.com. Send them an email. Why? They have 5-acre properties in Tennessee. They're not on here. They run about $8,000 per acre. Just telling you, just about $8,000 per acre. They're beautiful. Get the information. They're beautiful lots. Okay, 5+ acres. So see what's available. Again, I'll put the email address right here and see if it's a good fit for you. They'll send you back information, I promise you. The sales@landmodo.com. Finally, here's the deal. I hope that you found the land connection. Hope you find the land that you want. And if you didn't see something here, hang tight, because in our next video, I'm sure it will be there. I'll see you next week.
I just ran into this guy at the gas station. You wouldn't believe what he said to me. He said, Pace, I've been following you for a couple of years, and I'm so excited to maybe do my first deal one day. I'm like, bro, you've been following me for a couple of years, and you still haven't done a real estate deal? Let's talk about this house, for example. 17742 West via Hermosa Lane in Surprise, Arizona. This house, what's special about it is I had a real estate agent following me for 2 years. She joined a challenge that I was doing with my top performing students called the No One Left Behind Challenge. And that's what we do. We don't leave anybody behind. I paired her, Victoria Heaton, with other members of my community. They know what they're doing. They've been trained, and Victoria got pulled through in her first deal, her first day of being part of the No One Left Behind Challenge. She got this deal under contract, and she got a check, going from 0 to hero.
delivers more advanced security features than traditional home security systems without the need for costly installations or monthly fees. It's making traditional home security.
Hello, land seekers. If you're looking for land, guess what? You're in the right spot, because tonight I've got 55 properties, all with owner financing. What does that mean? It means that you can invest in the land that you see on this video without having to run down to a bank, qualify for a loan.
What can you do with 80 acres in Texas?
Didn't hear that. Tap microphone to try.
What can you do with 80 acres in Texas?
Didn't hear that.
Hey there, it's Charlene Collier, East Texas Realtor, and I'm coming back to you today to show you more about a property that I talked to you earlier in the week about. I told you I had a listing coming up that's in Elkhart, Texas, in Anderson County, and that it had 80 acres with it, and just a gorgeous home. I showed you a little bit of the kitchen that's just phenomenal in this home. I just love that. So today we're going to kind of show you everything about it, and we're going to have some aerial views, some drone video of the 80 acres. I think I told you at the last video, but I'll say it again. It's around 25 to 30% pasture land, and then it's also, you know, the rest of it is hardwood timber. There's a pond on it. It's right over there. And as a matter of fact, oh my gosh, we came out here to start the video. We hadn't started it yet, and I wish we had the camera going, because walked outside and there was a beautiful, magnificent deer. Just he was deep red and just so beautiful, that just took off right as we walked out here. So I wish we could have captured that. That would have been amazing. But anyway, lots of wildlife. It's just so peaceful, so quiet. If you're looking to relocate to Texas, to get out in the country and just have some peaceful living, or if you're in Texas and just trying to get out of the metroplex to move to some land